Run. Everybody run! Doug is here! One day I would love to have more viewers in the offline stream, and then the instant I go live, they all leave. That'd be awesome. We should strive for that one day. Hello and welcome to Doug. So, I have work in 2 minutes. Yeah, we'll pause. Why did you put hell in your title? I thought this was a Christian stream. Well, the Christians actually talk about hell a lot.
Doug is here, scatter.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, hold on. Spaceman, I'm sorry, I scammed you. I forgot to refresh my cache for my app. There we go.
Thank you for your lol. It feeds my ego and keeps it alive for another day.
Oh, shit.
Also,
Taro, I'm sorry for scamming you.
Something sheep king or shit king. It's been a busy day.
Spaceman, thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. I'm sorry I scammed you. I apologize. I forgot to do the thing. There's 3 things I gotta do.
300 bits.
To set up the... And anyway, sometimes I forget. I'm sorry. If you want a refund, just type !refund. You deserve it. Let's BFR. Okay. Yo. This has been a long time coming. I needed to make this presentation. I am so tired today. Oh my god. My cold is continuing to week 3 for some reason. Ugh.
Doug is here.
So, we really got to do a stream where I'm not here.
Doug, r/Hadoop Doug requests that you address what you have done. So can you address the drama today?
I just feel like today isn't the right time. I'm not ready to speak my truth yet. What was I gonna say? Oh, okay. I don't know when we'll start the presentation. I'll give it, a little bit of time for people to trickle in. But I figure I'll just say it's starting in 3 minutes. So if anybody asks when the actual presentation starts today, because it's going to be a big PowerPoint presentation that I hope will be interesting. The idea is to explain to you in the very basics how AI actually works. Just tell them we're starting in 3 minutes. And then we'll just do that up until we actually feel like there's enough people here. Diamonds and Ways, thank you so much for the 10 gifted. As always, I appreciate it.
Hi, doggy. I have therapy in 20 minutes. Can you tell me what we are doing so I know what to talk about?
From the fountain of diamonds and waste money. I'm enjoying the fountain, spraying more money on me.
Hey, Doug, can you tell my dog that he needs to stop barking so I can hear the presentation? You're his favorite streamer, so he will listen to you. His name is Pockets BTW.
Yeah, here we go. Alright, that'll calm him down.
This is why I never do the first stream donation. Anyway, TTS sounds a bit tinny. Is it just my headphones? It sounds weird.
Is it?
Anyway, you played 2 of my levels last stream. It was fun to watch, even though you're bored at 2D platformers.
Thank you. Is anybody else having issues with text-to-speech? Sounds okay to me. Does sound very tinny. It sounds distorted.
Are you gonna give the same presentation on Lemonade Stand? I don't want to come to the same lecture twice.
Sounds normal to me. It is. So hold on. One thing that is true is that I run this audio channel through my line in. So there's going to be a slight staticky sound to it.
Soury stocks.
That you can probably hear, but it should be very mild. And then if I play music, you shouldn't really be able to hear it. But if there's no music behind, then yes, then it'll sound there's a very slightly staticky sound. I did what I could to stop it. No, this is not being said on Lemonade Stand. This is just a Doug classic. I guess I could go get my glasses. Would you believe me more about AI if I say all this with glasses? I'm really excited to do this. I wanted to do this for a while. It just took a long time for me to get everything ready and to make sure I understand how Transformers work, which I now kind of do. I wouldn't say I'm an expert at Transformers. There's probably some guy in the comments who's going to be like, this fucking idiot doesn't realize what the multi-layer Perceptron actually does. And everybody will be like, yeah, he is stupid. Are you able to glance at thumbnails? Yes.
Attention chat. A brand new joke will be announced next month for you all. We've been working hard to bring you the ultimate joke that will revolutionize the way we interact with the stream and bring unprecedented levels of entertainment. Stay tuned. Hey chat,
the AI bot
presentation
working?
starts
He's not on
in
right
3
now.
minutes. Please make sure to be seated and keep your mobile devices on flight mode.
We are starting
Thank
in
you.
3 minutes. Can I be a FAR for a second? Look, as much as I give off a sort of gruff, masculine exterior, everybody thinks, God, that guy's so cool. He has no problems. He's not insecure at all in any way, shape, or form. What a man. I'd follow him to the ends of the earth, I would. And you guys all think this every day, all day. I get it, right? You just simply looking in my direction fills you with both testosterone and estrogen. Like, you're literally injected full of it. It's a medical hazard. But the truth is, I am self-conscious about things sometimes. Most of the time, I'm a gruff gigachad. And then there was I did look at the Reddit, and there's a post that said, anyone else feel like Doug's channel is getting a bit oversaturated with AI? I don't check this Reddit every day. I happened to open it on this, and I was like, oh, fuck. Maybe I am doing too much AI. Oh, shit. And I started to feel self-conscious. This was last night, and I was literally, this is in the middle of finishing my presentation about AI, and I'm going to talk about AI on the podcast this week. And I was like, oh, beans. And I've been so busy, and I just haven't had time. And AI is so easy to just fall back on as a crutch. And all that is to say, to those 500 people who upvoted that, I am excited to announce that today we are doing a 69-slide document about how artificial intelligence works. Boom! How the fuck does AI work? Woo! The last video we posted had no AI in it. What was the last video we posted? Anyway, I kind of actually it bothers me and kind of actually it doesn't. It's mostly I just thought it was funny to acknowledge, because so I literally saw that comment or that post, and then I was like, I am making a presentation about AI for tomorrow. It is literally a PowerPoint about AI, which is all to say I'm sure you guys are very excited for today's PowerPoint about AI. Woo! It's your choice as a streamer. Like, I mean, generally what I'm trying to do is have a 50% ratio. If at any given point I'm really, really into a specific kind of topic or theme or creative whatever, I try to not have that be more than 50% of my content. Looking roughly on it, I think I'm maintaining about 50% AI-based stuff, even if it feels like more than that. Anyways.
Or we could tell them that Doug started the presentation 1 hour ago. But the stream died again, so that's why it doesn't show it in the duration of the stream. Doug is taking a break.
Yeah, Doug's taking a break. It's definitely more than 50%. No, it's not. You think that, but it's literally not. Okay, let's look at it.
It is time for the semi-yearly Be Nice to Doug TTS. I really liked the podcast, and I think all 3 of you made fantastic and well-researched points, and despite my intense dislike of podcasts, I actually look forward to the next episode.
Thank you, Taro.
That's all the niceness I have in me.
AI. That's 3 in a row. No AI. No AI. No AI. No AI. Technically some AI, but mostly not.
Piss jokes
no AI.
Chat last
no
stream
AI.
was mental.
No AI.
It was like
AI.
an R. Kelly hive
no
mind.
AI. No AI. No AI. No AI. Kind of AI. No AI. AI, no AI, right?
Hello,
that's like
Douglas.
less
I have a
than
computer
a third.
science project due soon, and I'm supposed to ask a bunch of people to fill out a survey about Neuralink. Can you fill it out pretty please? https://docs.google.com/forms/d/.
Okay, what about on my second channel? I used AI. No AI. No AI. This is about AI. It doesn't actually use AI. No AI. No AI. No AI. No AI. No AI. AI.
Loving lemonade stand.
No AI. No AI. AI. No AI. No AI. No AI. Right? Like, or wait, no, that one had AI. This is literally less than a third.
Doug, play a news station.
The videos have AI. Like, it is simply not true to say that all my videos are about AI. It is just objectively false.
Breaking news.
But I understand that it feels that way.
Researchers in a meme factory have discovered that Doug was right about ripping ass. but only because you mispronounce his whoopas.
Microwave is AI. Okay, fine. This one is. You're right. You're right. I got that wrong. This one is kind of, but it's just AI voices. It's mostly chat.
I'm new. Where's the chair?
What about the 4th channel? Doug Clips.
Hi, Doug. I dreamed that you were mad that Larian wouldn't cast
not
you
AI,
as
not AI, not AI, not AI, not AI, not AI, not AI,
a bunch ugly cosplay for
not
every
AI,
stream.
not AI, not AI, kind of AI, not AI, not AI. Like, it's just not that much AI. It objectively is not.
That's right. Dr. Pepsiman has been sub to the Duke Doug for 2 years.
Thank you, Dr. Pepsiman.
Let's fucking you.
I'm not saying... if you are getting bored or tired of AI, that's totally fine, man. Like, obviously you should have preferences. I just want to point out
I watched the latest Lemonade Stand
it's
and
not
I'm
like I'm doing
concerned about
90%
something
AI.
you said. I get you were kind of playing devil's advocate, but did you really need to say, and I quote, the Salem witch trials were not only justified, but entirely necessary?
I feel like you're taking it out of context, and also you're kind of being a witch apologist. People are saying your videos are all AI.
Doug, I had a really rough
same
few
people
days
saying I
due
never
to
upload Zelda videos
tornado
anymore.
hitting my town, and I work as a IT specialist in my school. Got hit by it, and it has been very stressful due to it being my first disaster recovery. So you streaming has made my day. Thank you for what you do.
Hey, you're welcome. I don't know if that's real. If it is, I'm really sorry, man. I hope things get better. What I will say, which I think is funny, is that on the podcast, the Lemonade Stand out now, FR, I am like going to be the villain, kind of, and I'm okay with that because Atrioc and Aiden are both like much more on the far, I don't know if like left leaning or like anti-tech kind of perspective. I don't know whether it's like more of a political spectrum or just a cultural spectrum. And I'm very pro AI, like pro business, pro AI, all that stuff. And so I'm just going to push back on all that shit, right? When they're like, Elon is bad. I'm gonna be like, yes, he's a fucking idiot, but also it's not. Here's all these nuances to it. Here's all these things that are going on. And everybody's going to be like, boo, no, that everybody we dislike is all bad. There's no nuance at all. And I'm going to be like, no, there is nuance. There's nuance to everything. Jesus Christ. And then people are going to be like, Doug said, and I quote, I would literally take back shots from Elon Musk. And I'll be like, I did not say that. I said that there are some cool engineering things that Tesla's doing. That is also true. But I'm going to be the villain of the podcast. And I know that. And I'm okay with it, honestly. I heard him say that, though. But you did say that Trump was too woke for you. Yeah, no, I definitely said that, too. I said all these things. Clip it and ship it. I would literally take back shots from Elon Musk. I mean, technically, this is a quote that technically you're right. But this is what I mean. And I know most people will listen to my arguments and appreciate a different perspective. But there is going to be 5% of people who are like really unwilling to, they're just looking for a clip and they just want to be angry. And it's going to, I don't know how I'm going to feel when those people are like running around on the internet misquoting me.
Doug, quick serious message. I recently signed up for boot.dev and I'm learning Python coding and hopefully one day be talented enough to work with iTech. You are a massive part of why I decided to do this and I wanted to thank you for everything you do.
You're very welcome,
and even though I know this will make the rest of chat hate me, you are not bored.
Good luck. I sincerely wish you the best. Programming can be really hard, but it is so gratifying. We're going to be starting in 3 minutes, by the way.
Doug, since we're in the learning mood,
I am going to mute alerts during the presentation.
To be a chiropractor. I have a lot of experience doing crack on people's backs.
I think you're thinking of a different profession. Yeah, it's just 3 more minutes. What happens after the slideshow?
Can you let us gamble on your PowerPoint presentation?
What would we gamble on?
To learn about Transformers, I recommend watching the Transformers animated series.
We are not talking about the toys Transformers. How many slides are there? I'm pretty sure I already said. How many times Doug says the word
hey Doug,
AI?
I didn't know that Mark Robber was an avid Lemonade Stand podcast
so funny,
#ad viewer, that he made a video about self-driving cars, cameras versus LiDAR-based systems a couple of days after the podcast aired. You're such a big inspiration to him, no doubt.
Okay, you guys are going to have to count. Somebody's going to have to count this. Who is going to count this?
Look, I like high and all, but are you going to do any non-iTechno Tuesdays? For one, I feel like a lot of people
Maybe.
misunderstand
I don't know.
the Turing machine and how it's related to the actual computers we have today.
Listen, I'm an ideas guy. Yeah. Get VoiceBot to do a counter. Jesus Christ. What? Why is this muted? Can you hear this? Huh? And I quote, I would literally take back shots from Elon Musk. And I'll be like, so is the quote. So the quote from Doug is, it's not just a quote. It's not just in quotes, right? You're saying that it's also, and I quote, I would take back shots from Elon Musk. Are we live? Are we alive? Should be alive. Refresh. Good stuff. Still having OBS problems. Fun things going on. Good things. My OBS got some back shots apparently. But we are back, I think. I downgraded to an earlier version of OBS to fix the stream drops. Maybe they have not been fixed. God damn, dude. Are we back? I thought my internet died. Yeah. I don't fucking know, man. Whatever. Only 3 minutes until the presentation starts.
Hey Doug, I heard Doug is doing a stream about Transformers. Do you like Bumblebee or Age of Extinction more?
The rat's got the internet.
Something back from my therapist. Hog cranking, jokebot, rigged, olive oil, Rosa, balded 2D platformers. See you in court.
We're starting in 3 minutes. Thank you. Only 3 minutes. Wee woo.
Hey Doug, now I know why some people call you bald. Apparently a lot of people have a dark brown, green colory blindness. Therefore a lot of people think you have green hair, therefore your hair becomes invisible.
You guys don't see in a green screen format. That's not how anything works.
False. Sorry, just getting ready to tell you, you're about to die. Anyway, what are we doing today?
I really do think this is going to be a really interesting presentation, okay? I think people who are interested in how AI works will enjoy it.
So does the Doug hormone injection or know which hormone we need to give us the right one? Does this explain why there's so many trans people in this community?
It could be, because it just kind of fires wildly into the air. I'm like a mushroom. I just release spores all over the place. Yeah, get your hate threads ready.
Second time
just,
watching
in fact,
you
start
live.
doing hate threads
just
now.
Double checking I'm still allowed to be here. If not, we can become mortal enemies. That seems like a proportionate response. Okay, bye Doug, I love you. Or
So
maybe I hate you.
Why is this
That's up to you, I suppose.
Thank you. Why is this already up on the Reddit? Anyways, you guys let's get some hate threads preemptively going. Let's try to cover.
I just got back from talking to Doug about my crippling fear of therapists.
I used to be all AI bad, but literally after using it for coding, it's the best. Oh my god, it is the best. All right, here's what I want you guys to do. Go on. I know this is brigading or whatever. Go on to r/WeHateDougDoug, and then what we need to do is get a hate thread for every possible category of what I might say. It doesn't really matter how accurate it is. We'll kind of like sort whatever I say into one of the buckets, but we need different buckets. You know what I mean? That way, whenever I say anything, we can direct it like a river into the right bucket and then be hateful. You know what I mean? I don't go on Reddit. Yeah, that's a good call. You should not go on Reddit. I unironically don't go on Reddit other than r/DougDoug and WeHateDougDoug like once a week. Reddit is a hellscape and I do not recommend it. Except for right now to create a funny hate thread. Make sure to put them on r/PointCrow. Yeah. PointCrow. Yeah. Also, hey, PointCrow, can I brigade your Reddit? Is that cool? You're cool with that, right? Yes. Okay. All right. I'm not trying to. I swear I'm not trying to be like an asshole or point out numbers, Rick. But my hate Reddit has 10,000 more people than your real Reddit. This is what I'm telling you, dude. You gotta cultivate a hater community. It's awesome. It's so much better than like a supporting community. Wow, show off. Like I'm saying,
AI
it doesn't
fun,
mean I'm a better
make
creator.
Men laugh.
It means
AI
I'm a more hated
AI
creator.
help man make fire.
Thank you, Sozin. r/we hate point crow. You gotta foster it though. You know, you gotta really grow.
The solution to my
community
oversaturation is to only stream WoW Classic.
I guess that's true. Doug to join Doge. Okay, that's a hate thread.
Doug, this is my first stream. What is your schedule?
Doesn't
schedule
like it when AI is
Seriously,
bisexual.
what is the schedule?
I can't stand it. He keeps bringing up AI. Yeah, I am going to bring up AI in a presentation
Doug,
about
you
AI.
See, since you yourself are secretly an I, that means every single video and stream is I. You need to get a real, living actor to play Doug, and a real living script writer to come up with your lines.
This is true. All right, look, we got... Oh, here's just a generic hate thread, if you're just generally feeling hateful.
In my lemonade stand. Gross. No, I appreciate the nuance, lol. It's a different perspective.
If you want to put some hate into this bucket, feel free to do that.
Hey Doug, second stream
Doug,
I'm watching and I have been here since 2022, so keep it up.
Doug just said we should go here and make threads. What the fuck? Doug brigading. Okay. Lots of good stuff
300 bits.
Thank you, Diamonds. That's not 300 bits. That's 1,000 bits. My subreddit will hate me more than yours soon.
You're actually the one host I mostly agree with on the podcast. You should really start just streaming all by yourself. I'd much prefer that.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
I mean, to be clear, what I like about the podcast and what I like doing with these two guys is that I do think there's an interesting mix of perspectives. But I'm aware that I am most often going to be saying the opinions that are not the like popular ones on, let's say, Twitch or whatnot, which is fine. That's the point, is to have an interesting discussion.
I like the eye you have made and how funny your chat is, so it help your anxiety. I think you still make good videos, so don't worry about you can't make everyone happy.
No, I know that. But, you know, look, there's still... The reality is, you know, I am still a human being, and some things do make me...
please.
Why would...
I've really struggled ever since the accident where acid got spilled into my eyes from a giant truck and it caused me to only see things in green screen. I really hope no streamers make fun of that today.
Yeah. If they do, you should start a hate thread about it.
Fact check, Doug. My fiancée, who doesn't understand my love for your content, legitimately asks me when she sees you, why is his hair green?
Your fiancé needs to get their eyeballs replaced.
The time is Techno Tuesday plus running jokes into the ground. Anyways, speaking of eye, can you have the caveman eye explain it for us dumbs?
For us dumbs. We'll do it at the end. We'll have him summarize everything. All right, we good to go. It feels like I lost a lot of people when the stream crashed, but whatever. Fuck it. This is more for YouTube.
Outsource his hate subreddit to us. His community probably isn't hateful enough. We could be the community to do all the content for r/hatepointcrow.
Yeah, it should be our community. We should make r/we hate point crow, and it's only about hatred for me. It has nothing to do with Point Crow.
Did you make the presentation yourself?
I did.
Bye, Doug.
I did. Okay. I think this will be great. And, you know, what I would really like for this is it to be a thing where I can point people to this.
Why is the desk layered in front of the chairs?
Because I'm sitting behind the desk. I don't know what you mean. Oh, I get what you mean.
Got scammed when stream crashed.
Okay.
Let's try again.
Oh, yeah, I'm
Greetings,
sorry.
Doug.
I did.
Having watched the first podcast episode, one area to consider is the uses of AI in education. Teaching with AI is great. Not just for planning, but for marking, giving feedback, and report writing. It's just trying to convince the powers that be that it is a legit use.
Yes.
I once proved that it saved around 10 hours per week.
It is fantastic, and I am going to be a evangelist, a Twitch analyst, if you will.
I hope he hasn't put it in green again.
For exactly that thing. I very much agree. One sec. I need to...
Hey, Doug r/we hate point crow already exists. We have another board we can brigade.
Let's get rid of this. Get rid of this. Let's get this over here. Let's get this here. Let's get this here. Let's move this up here. What other songs? What songs should I play during this? We got some dramatic songs. Oh, we need Mario. Yeah, we need Mute City. What other stuff? Cough? No, then I have to mute the thing. I don't want to do it. I'm also going to mute TTS in a second. Is this the baptism stream? No.
Hey Doug, just wondering if you realized your stream actually came back up earlier than you thought. We all saw you look longingly at the picture of Elon and whisper, "I want you."
Okay, we'll play it.
If anything, I helps provide a new perspective when you're stuck in a train of thought.
I agree. All right, I need one more song that doesn't have lyrics that I can
Hey Doug,
yell.
Can you tell my friend Kyler that I'm watching him right now?
Yo, Kyler. We see you. Don't forget it.
Evangelical Doug, does that mean you will charge us indulgences during this stream?
Indulgences. Yeah. Yeah. Let me get one more.
Hey Digisquidge, this is my first time donating /current point.
All right. I think we're good. Yeah, we got people.
Hey Doug, just joined stream because my fiance said you'd take back shots from Elon Musk. Just wanted to say, hey yo, what the fuck?
Did they put it in quotes? Because otherwise you don't know if it's real. All right, I'm going to
Hey Doug,
mute
not to be parasocial or anything, but you like me, right? Like, you definitely know who I am.
All right, FR.
I've watched you for so long I can practically feel your breath on my neck. Do you reciprocate? Not to be weird or anything, haha, but we're pals.
Yeah, FR. Okay, this is the predictions for how many times I say AI in this presentation. I think this is ambitious. Hold on, are we counting artificial intelligence? Yeah, I'll talk about that, mine. Does artificial intelligence count? I think it just has to be AI. Just AI, which is mostly what I'll say. Just AI. That's what it says. How many times do I say AI? Not artificial intelligence. I will probably say artificial intelligence like 1 time total. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen. Get ready. You've said it like 5. No. It hasn't started yet. TTS is muted, by the way. You can't complain that I scammed you. Just AI, as I am just one poor mod with a counter. Okay, Crafted is doing counting. I don't know how long this thing will be. I don't know, maybe like an hour or something like that. Can you add TTS is muted on screen? No, because then I have to like remove it. This is like mostly for YouTube. I want to be able to point people to this and be like, this is what's going on with AI. I'm sorry, it's not for you guys. I don't care about you. I only care about you if you're watching on a different website, not this particular website. Then you're valuable to me. Hi, YouTube. No. You're here on Twitch. All right. Ready, set, go. Starting now. Welcome. Wait, no. How do I start this off? Give me inspiration. What do I kick it off? How do you, what's like a YouTube? Oh, wait, Point Crow, you're here. How do I start this on YouTube? What's the snappiest, like, literally first line? Say you love Elon. No. Check the most recent Tesla mo. Yeah, that's true. Marketing Monday popped off really hard. I fucking hate AI. That's not a good thing. I take back shots from Elon Musk. I feel like that's a bit of a strange cold open. Don't forget to like and comment and subscribe and dab on the notification bell. So I would say that as my opening line. It's the stupidest opening. All right. Okay. Don't forget to comment on the subscription. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to How Does Artificial Intelligence Actually Work? If you were like most people on Earth over the past couple of years, months, you've probably been like, what is going on with AI? AI is absolutely everywhere. It's being jammed into everything. It's being jammed into Google. It's being jammed into my phone. It's being jammed into every single application on the entire world. And then ChatGPT What is it? How can it answer science questions? And then also writes an essay for your English class if you want to. Also can roleplay as your anime boyfriend if you want on Character IO. Also can write poem about Joe Biden's toenails. It can program a Flappy Bird clone. It can pretend to be Pajama Sam and go clinically insane. Literally, is it alive? What is happening? Like, what is this thing that everybody keeps talking about? I'm scared, okay? If you are like me 2 years ago, this is maybe what you've thought. Ah! What the fuck is going on? Why is this thing everywhere? Why can it talk to me like it's a person? I'm scared. Why is there a new thing about AI every 10 minutes? It's freaky and I'm terrified, but I have good news. Actually, good news by the end of this is we're going to simplify it a lot because no, it's not alive. It is a math equation. It is literally just a math equation. We're not going to die. Well, actually, we might die, but not because it's not alive, okay? We'll get to whether we'll die later. Math is even worse. Maths. So the point of this presentation is to explain to you how a math equation that we have designed as human beings can make us feel like we're talking to a human kind of, and it can do all this crazy ass shit, okay? So let us begin by talking about what ChatGPT actually does. It just predicts the next word in a sentence. It is an algorithm. It is a math equation that predicts the next word in a sentence. Disclaimer, I'm simplifying things here. Technically, it's tokens. For this presentation, I'm going to be simplifying things. But all it does is we came up with a way to predict the next word that a person would say. You might think when I say that, why would you care about that? What is possibly the value of predicting a single word? Why is that useful? Well, it turns out if you do that, you can actually kind of complete sentences. So this is actually how an AI works. Again, asterisk. Go ahead, chat. Predict the next word for this question. What is the name of George Lucas's famous space movies? It's not bald. Right. The next word is star. This is what ChatGPT does. You might not believe me right now, but this is what just happened. That is what ChatGPT does. This is what an LLM AI does. Okay, but now here's the secret to these things. Even though all it does is predict the next word. What if you were to ask it the whole question again, but you move this word up to the top? So what if you now ask, what is the name of George Lucas's famous space movies? Star. What is the next word here? That's not Trek. That's right. It's wars. And that means that just by predicting the next word that a person would want to hear, we have actually created a final response of what is the name of George Lucas's famous space movie, Star Wars. Wow, incredible. And it turns out we can do this a lot. If you just predict the next word, you can actually answer a lot of questions. What is the popular MMO made by Blizzard Entertainment? What is the next word that a person would say? It is Mario. Nope, not Star Wars, not Overwatch, not WoW. I mean, I guess technically it could be, but it's going to be World. And then we loop it. We put World up at the top and we ask the AI the exact same thing. What is the popular MMO made by Blizzard Entertainment? World. What is the next question? It is obviously of. And then we ask the question again, what's the next word now? And then it's Warcraft. And by doing this one word at a time, we have asked a question and gotten a full answer. Doug, does this mean we are already AI? A lot of Twitch chat is like this equation. Yes, you guys seem to just say one word at a time and slowly build out ideas. Okay, I want you to predict the next word of this. Generate me a fantasy creative story about Doug and his Twitch chat. Keep the story to just 2 sentences, please. This is something I actually asked ChatGPT. Now, the previous questions were a little simpler, right? They were just literally a factoid. This one is an open-ended creative thing, so let's see what it did. First off, it gave me the word of, what's everybody's prediction? Bald. No, that would not be a good first word. Again, all the formula does, and we're going to dive into how, is it's just going to predict the single next word. And probably, you have a bunch of options, but probably one would be Doug. Okay? And then we feed that back into the beginning prompt and we run the whole thing again. But now with that Doug added in, and now the next word it says is the. Okay, what about the next one? Well, it said wizard. After wizard, it thinks, maybe what would the next one be? It would be cast, and then it would be spells, and then it would be while, and then twitch, and then chat, and then screamed. And slowly this actual coherent story is coming together. Chaos. There, votes summoned a giant potato dragon that farted memes across the land. And in total, ChatGPT generated this response. Doug the wizard cast spells while Twitch chat screamed chaos. Their votes summoned a giant potato dragon that farted memes across the land. And so, this is like kind of nonsense, right? But genuinely, by just predicting the next word and picking a word that seems like pretty reasonable, you can actually have it build out an entire cohesive answer. Cinema. And this is a little unintuitive, right? Because when you're talking to these AI tools, it feels like it's this coherent, thoughtful person. This is not how human beings talk. If you ask me what I'm going to do today, I don't think, today, I will stream. No, we think of what we want to do in like complete ideas. It's not how the AI works. The AI is just literally doing one word at a time, but it's so good at it that it actually becomes coherent by the end. It's weird. So this is the secret. This intelligence, these large language models, and many of the other AIs that we'll talk about, it doesn't have memory or thoughts in the way that we think about. It isn't some sort of being that sits there like a god creature that's like, I know the answer to your questions. No, it literally just predicts the next word over and over and over. Now, there are tricks that we can do to make it feel creative or more intelligent. Temperature is one such setting to make it more likely to give certain types of answers, kind of. Temperature is more about making it less predictable as in terms of what word it gives out at the end. But really, this is it. And if you take away anything, this is it. I mean, probably this won't make a ton of sense yet, but like when we are talking about AI... Okay, thank you. I gotta go turn that off. You have like 5 seconds to get a wee-woo in before I mute this. And got him. All right. Oops. Wrong button. Okay. This is what's so weird about all this. Literally, a math equation we made that can predict the next word is the foundation of all of this crazy stuff that's been going on with AI. And so, let's talk about how did we do this? How did we possibly make a math equation that predicts the next word? What? That means it's time. Introduction to machine learning! Woo! And I made a diagram. Wait, don't look. Don't look, you're spoiling it. Where's the move tool? What do I press to get there? H. That makes sense. All right, quick history lesson. Before a few years ago, before ChatGPT came out and everybody started freaking out about AI, what AI meant to the world was just machine learning or deep learning. Okay? And machine learning, or you might have heard neural nets. This is what AI meant up until, I don't know, 4 years ago? Something like that. So what is machine learning? Well, imagine that you have a giant kitchen and you fill it full of a bunch of tiny chefs. Adorable. Okay. You are trying to design a kitchen that can cook any type of food, okay? And so you bring in all of these cooks into your kitchen, and they don't know anything, okay? They know nothing about cooking. Literally nothing. These are just random people you picked off the street. And you put a big pile of food over on the left side, And then you distribute food to each one of the chefs on the left side. And you give them a little chunk of food. Look at that. This guy's got a lemon. This guy's got a carrot. This guy's got bread. Unfortunately, again, these chefs have no idea how to cook food at all. And so this guy doesn't know how to cook a carrot. So he just starts beating it with a hammer, okay? And then this guy doesn't know what to do with bread, so he puts it in the microwave for 3 hours. This guy does not know what to do with lemons, and so he just like shoots it with a gun, okay? None of them know what to do, and they just pick random things, quite literally. And then they pass it to the next guy. They just pass it down the row, okay? And so the rest of them also get foods. So they had food to start with, as well as they're being passed food from their neighbors. And these people just start doing random stuff. This guy doesn't know what to do with chocolate and cheese. He just starts, I don't know, putting it in a colander and then rolling it with a rolling pin. This guy sprays water all over his honey, and then he dumps it into the dishwasher. This guy just drinks all of the olive oil, okay? The bottom guy has no food. He has the pot. Exactly. Yeah, that's part of the analogy or whatever. Okay, and so these guys do random stuff, and then they pass what they did onto the next row. This row now, again, still no clue what they're doing. They're just doing random shit. And then they pass their product onto the next person, and they pass their product onto the next person, and they pass it all the way to the end, okay? And at the end, after all of this work of random people doing random things, they successfully made really bad food. It's terrible. Great job, chefs. Now, this is, completely makes sense because none of them know how to cook at all. But here's what makes it work, okay? What makes it work is a really smart guy who isn't bald, who comes in, he's the head chef. Bam! The head chef pops in, and he says, this food is terrible. This was supposed to be chicken rosemary dinner. You made me crap, okay? And so he goes to the chefs at the back, and he says, yo, this was way off. Hey, next time with your potatoes, don't dump them into a bowl of soap, okay? Next time, cut the ends. It's supposed to look like this. He goes to this guy, says, hey, with the eggs, poach the eggs. Why did you throw them on the floor? He goes to this guy, says, why did you pour all the tea into the microwave? Doesn't make sense. He tells each one of these chefs how to improve what they did. He basically says, look, I know what I wanted at the end. You guys got it wrong. So adjust how you do things very slightly. And each one of these guys are going to say, okay, I can do that. I'll slightly adjust for next time. But also the person before me, he also needs to change what he did, okay? What I was given by my predecessor, that was not solid. And this guy says, okay, well, I can change what I'm doing, but that means the guy in front of me needs to change what he's doing. And the whole system updates backwards. It propagates, if you will, from the back to the front, all based on this head chef coming in and saying, this is what you guys need to do better next time. This is my first semester all over again. Well, buckle up, okay? If you don't get a 90% on the quiz at the end of this, I'm permabanning you. All right, fantastic. So what this means is, yeah, these guys still really don't know how to cook at all. But because the chef came in at the end and said, hey, this needs to be a little bit better next time, now they are very, very, very slightly more knowledgeable about how all this works, okay? You're telling me AI is like putting 300 million monkeys on typewriters and expecting them to write Shakespeare. It is literally basically that, yes. So doing this one time does not do much, right? However, you then do it again. You pass in food. It goes through all the chefs. It gets to the end. The head chef says, this needs to be way different. It's supposed to be pecan pie. Do it differently, do it differently, do it differently. Everybody updates their system just a little bit, and then you do it again. 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 And it turns out, this is the magic of machine learning and deep learning and neural nets, that if you do this hundreds of thousands or millions of times, by the end of it, this kitchen that you've made is actually going to be really good at making food. Like, shockingly, wildly good at making food. Even though not a single one of these guys knew anything at the beginning, after millions of times of being told by the chef, hey, you got to update things, update things, update things. With a million different types of foods, they're actually able to, with a lot of efficiency, genuinely cook really good stuff on a regular basis. Cinema, wow, incredible. This is the core of what machine learning is and was. And what's wild is like, this was pretty yes, cinema. This was pretty common, actually. This was already a thing. So you have a big network of nodes. If you've heard of this terminology, this is what it all means. You've got a big network. The network is the kitchen. You've got nodes that do something with the data. Each node is a little chef who does a little bit of stuff with his food and then passes it on. The data is the food. You start with a certain type of food, and that food gets passed through each one of them, being updated along the way until you get to a final product. And then by the end, they've made a thing. The chef tells them how to improve, and then over time, it becomes incredibly, incredibly good at this. Why not teach them how to cook it correctly the first time? We'll get to that. So, hold on. I need to just pause this. This machine learning is actually used everywhere. The YouTube algorithm does this. It's a machine learning system. When you go onto YouTube and it picks whatever 20 videos to show you, that is a kitchen that was designed and tested to figure out if we get a certain type of food, that is you and your preferences, each of the little chefs in the YouTube algorithm, of which there are millions, will individually tweak their knobs and change things to determine here's what we think the person will like at the end. And by the end of it, maybe instead of dubious foods, it's actually like, it's really good. Like, it's actually good food by the end of it. Like, oh my God. It's Doug content, which everybody here loves. Right? Another example, all social media. TikTok, the incredible algorithm of TikTok that makes everybody, see all this content that they like. That is a machine learning algorithm that has learned over time what type of factors will influence the type of thing people want. Same with Twitter, Facebook, Spotify, Netflix, all those algorithms, these are all machine learning. Self-driving cars do a lot of this type of stuff. Search engines like Google use a lot of machine learning. Language translation, if you're wondering why translating languages got way better in the past few years, largely because of machine learning. Turns out these systems are really good at figuring stuff out like that. Fraud detection, banks are using this for credit cards, all sorts of things. Machine learning is very broad. It's really at a core idea, you start with this kind of network, and over time you can train them to actually figure out basically any kind of problem. They seem to have moved the foods. What's so crazy about this too is it solves things you wouldn't normally think of, right? It's one thing to have to, like, I don't know, answer a math equation. It's another to solve a problem which is like kind of unknowable. Like the YouTube algorithm, there isn't a right answer to what somebody wants to watch. And so this gigantic network, imagine this but a million times bigger, over time learns how to predict what people want. And the crazy thing is the people at YouTube don't even know how it works really. It's so vast and there's so many little cooks at this point, like literally millions and millions and millions, that they all know how to cook, kind of. Each individual guy has like some idea of what he wants to do, but we collectively have no real idea of what is going on. It's like a hive of bees, okay? It's like bees. And each of the bees knows what they're doing individually, but like we don't really know how the whole system works broadly. So this is what artificial intelligence used to mean up until ChatGPT came out, right? When we talked about AI, this is what we mentioned, okay? Also, I have not said AI that much, I don't think. I mean, that's two more, I guess, but yes. All well and great, right? Good job, AI. You helped us find videos we liked on YouTube. Great job. But now it's time, ladies and gentlemen, for the real game changer. And we have to wait for the music to drop. Introduction to Transformers! That's right! We, as humans, invented a badass new system called Transformers. Not these ones. It's also a math equation. In 2018, Google releases Attention is All You Need. It's a paper. And it describes this idea that you could use a transformer mechanism, essentially a bunch of math, which you can kind of, you can look at this and not understand it at all, like I don't. But it's a whole bunch of math that would change how one of these kitchens actually cooks the food. Okay. Now each node in the network is going to process things, and it's going to blow your fucking mind. Okay, I'm sorry for swearing in this Christian Virgin Community AI sermon, but previously, okay, each little chef cooks his food, right? And he's looking at what his parent does, the guy before him, right? But he's just cooking his food, he's doing his own thing. But what if every node processed things based on the information around it? Whoa. Okay. I seem to have moved all the food. Okay. Okay. Why is all the food in the wrong spot? Oh, wait, that's why. Here? How did I move everything incorrectly? Wait, here. Yeah, there we go. Cinema. Okay. So let me demonstrate what this concept means, right? If you had this kitchen full of chefs who are trying to collectively cook a dish that at the end you want it to be tasty and delicious, right? Okay, well, imagine you're the guy here with the carrot, okay? Right. Imagine, okay. Imagine you're the guy here with this carrot, okay? You are told that you need to cook the carrot in front of you to make it good for the final recipe over here, yeah? And maybe you kind of have a general idea of what you do with carrots based on like what was given to you before. Maybe this guy had like a tomato before he gave you the carrot. But what if instead of just randomly picking what to do with the carrot, he looked at what his neighbors were doing? What if he went up here and said, wait, this guy has honey and this guy has oil. Okay, wait. And down here, this guy's chocolate. This guy's bananas. We're probably making some kind of like carrot cake. Using the information of what other people around him are doing, he can make a much more informed decision about what to do with his carrots. In the same vein, imagine he looked around and the people around him were chopping potatoes and beef and salt. Okay, now it's probably a stew. It's not a carrot cake. So by looking at the people around him and figuring out what they're doing, you can dramatically improve the odds that you make something that's going to fit well with everybody else. So he's cheating. He's peeking at other people's work. Yes, except this isn't like a test where each one of these are individual students. They're working together to try to make a good dish at the end. That's what's going on, okay? And so this is the concept of a transformer. Conceptually, it makes total sense. And actually, let's think about how does this work in English, okay? Pop quiz time. What does this word mean? I don't know. Well, you're correct. Obviously, it means a bat, like, that flews out of a cave, but except it depends. We don't know what a bat means. Turns out context matters. What if you said he swung the bat at the ball? That's a completely different kind of bat. Oh, shit. Hold on. Words don't just mean one thing. It actually depends a lot on the sentence that it's in, okay? Okay, what does this word mean? Well. Okay, yeah, it could be like a water well, but it could also be, I hope you get well soon, right? The words around each word in English dramatically change the meaning. Let's look at this one, which is even weirder. Tower. What does tower mean? And maybe you're thinking of that. You're imagining a big tower in a city. A lot of you seem to be thinking about 9/11, okay? But what if your sentence that you're trying to understand is, my miniature Eiffel Tower burned down yesterday because it was made of wood? Well, in this case, hold on, how do I, laser pointer. Okay, in this case, Eiffel changes the tower substantially, right? Now we're no longer imagining some generic office tower, we're imagining this very specific tower. But then miniature, okay, well, clearly it's not the real one then. Now it's this much smaller thing. And then I said because it was made of wood. If it's made of wood, that's also totally different than if it was like a steel thing that you have, right? So the words around tower in this particular sentence dramatically change the meaning of what this sentence is, correct? They hit the Eiffel Tower. And so this idea of transformers, which is that instead of just assuming each word means a specific thing, or trying to like sort of broadly understand a whole thing. Transformers allow us to look at every individual word in a sentence and check how it relates to the other words around it. And it turns out when you do that, there is a massive jump in an AI's ability to understand language. This was the big breakthrough that allowed ChatGPT to exist. So machine learning, again, AI, like we talked about before 2018, it could kind of understand language, sort of, a little bit, but it wasn't good, right? You have probably seen years ago examples of how AI was like really dumb, but it was comically dumb, right? But Transformers made them seem intelligent. The ability to understand the other words in a sentence and the relationship dramatically increased its ability to predict the next word when all the chefs are going like, hey, here's the sentence that we were asked. We need to figure out what the next word is. Each one of them start looking at their neighbors, and by the end, this thing is really good at predicting the next word that we would want. And then this started with Transformers in 2018. And then it turns out if you just keep giving it more data and more training and more optimizations, it keeps getting smarter. In this analogy, you add more cooks to the kitchen, make the kitchen bigger. You start giving it more food. You start doing more sessions of training. You have the chef train him like 1 billion times instead of just 1 million times. And it just keeps getting better and better and better and better. Eventually, it released ChatGPT 3.5, which was the first big one where everybody was like, oh my God, ChatGPT, it's alive. Again, it's not alive. It's an equation. It's just an equation. It's a bunch of numbers that go through a kitchen, and at the end, it predicts a word. That's literally it. And it just does that over and over and over. But it's so good at that now. It's crazy. So, again, how does ChatGPT actually work? When you go to it, you ask it a question. Like, can you write me a poem about Doug's luscious head of hair? Okay? And even though there isn't, like, a correct answer to that, the kitchen, the ChatGPT kitchen, has been trained so many times. It is practiced on so many different poems and questions and conversations that it actually has a pretty decent idea that the first word would be Doug. And then the second word would be hair, and then A, and then wondrous, and then sight, and one word at a time, it builds out this entire goddamn poem, which is insane, right? This is a coherent, interesting poem, which was all made one word at a time by a kitchen of people who have no idea what they were really doing. It takes in a question, we send it to the kitchen, they cook the next word. Again, the whole thing is not made at once. It literally does a single word, and then we just loop it over and over and over. And then it just repeats, and eventually the answer says, we're done, we're finished cooking, and you can change the temperature to get more variety. This is something that you probably are not aware of if you've used ChatGPT, but you can like make it sort of more or less creative, let's say. But this is how it works. When you ask ChatGPT, this is what's going on. And I know I'm repeating this a lot, but again, no matter how intelligent this thing seems, no matter how much it seems like you're talking to a human being or something that's alive, you are not. You are talking to a formula that predicts the next word, and it just does that repeatedly over and over and over. It's literally a math equation. It's not alive. So again, it's this question, though, like, why does it feel like a human? Well, again, Transformers, this concept, this math formula that allows words to be related to each other when we comprehend their meaning, massively improve things. We've given it a absolute shit ton of data to train on. Basically, the AI companies have taken every piece of data they can find on the entire internet, which is its own whole set of legal questions and ethical questions and whatnot. But objectively, they've basically given it everything they possibly can. So the kitchen, at this point in this analogy, is absolutely obscenely large. You might have heard people be like, the newest ChatGPT has 120 billion parameters. And then the next week, there'll be some new AI that's like, oh yeah, we're releasing a model that has 500 billion parameters. And then ChatGPT comes out the next week and they're like, oh yeah, our new model, 1 trillion parameters. This is oversimplifying, but you can roughly think of a parameter as one of the chefs in this thing. So everybody's in this race to just make them bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and train them on more and more and more food. So they're making it gigantic. They also have humans kind of train it at the end to help it feel more human. Like they do all this training, but they also have literally just like thousands of people who sit there like thousands of people who sit there giving it questions, and then it will give an answer, and they'll be like, I didn't really like that. So there's also people training the AI to understand how to make their answers more liked by a human. And basically, it's learned to tell humans what they want to hear. This is really important to underscore. This is a formula. ChatGPT is a formula. But it's a formula that learned how we as humans talk. It is not some sort of like truth equation, okay? This is why it says wrong stuff all the time. Because this system doesn't actually know anything, really. It just has trained millions and billions of times to learn what humans would say, right? So that's an important distinction. It's not that it has learned the truth. It's that it's learned how we talk and think. So when you go to ChatGPT and you say, like, what's the best part of the human body? According to most Americans. Right? It doesn't know the answer to this, but it's going to tell us what humans would want to hear. In this case, it's going to search the web and try to find things. 50% consider biceps to be the most attractive. Interesting. And this is why it says things that are wrong a lot, right? These are called hallucinations. These are called hallucinations, okay? Because this is just a formula that learned how human beings talk, right? We fed it, for example, a bunch of Twitter and Reddit. Twitter and Reddit are not the arbiters of truth or anything even remotely close to it. Half the things in our world don't have a truth, right? Like in any kind of like political argument, different people will think different things are true, right? So this isn't about calculating the truth of a situation. It's about predicting what do people say, right? It doesn't know anything. It doesn't know why we say anything. Again, all the chefs in this equation never understood how to cook. These aren't humans. They're just like little math equations. They have no idea. They just learned that if we do certain things, then the chef at the end will be happy. They have no idea why all of this works. We, as humans, don't even understand why all of these things do it the way that they do it. ChatGPT and all of the AIs are a gigantic network that has learned to do stuff really well, and we don't really understand why. Like, we don't actually know what the thought process is. It's just sort of like, it figured it out somehow. We don't exactly know how it thinks, but it figured it out. But again, turns out if we do this, it can talk like us really well. You're hurting their feelings. Again, want to be clear, there are no feelings. It is a math equation. So because it doesn't actually know stuff, and because it's basically just imitating how people talk, it's really just going off vibes, dude. It's just kind of a Giga Chad that just spitballs, right? You know, it has no way of being like, this is or is not true. No, it's literally just like, with all the times we practice stuff, like, this seems approximately correct. So holy shit, we did it. We made an equation that can answer any question, kind of. I mean, look at this. Could you talk in a terrified voice and tell me the history of Greenland like you're being chased by a bear? 2 to 3 sentences, please. Lots of swearing. Oh, shit. Okay. Greenland. Fuck. It was settled by the Norse around 986 AD. Eric the Red named it to trick people moving here. Holy fuck, it's cold. And they've been, fuck, it's gaining on me. Right? This is insane. It is insane that we made a math equation that can do this. But it is just literally that good. The transformer architecture and our ability to just make it bigger and bigger and bigger has made it shockingly intelligent. Again, shockingly good at predicting words. Let me get a few TTS. We need Optimus Prime AI. Can it tell me where my dad went? Unless it was trained on that information, no. I'm pissed because your example sucks and you suck, but I like you, and actually this is really accurate. Thank you, Kate. I am, again, disclaimer, I'm simplifying things a lot here. but not that much. I think the core concepts here are really accurate. We'll actually get to generative AI in a sec. Yeah, don't worry, guys. JokeBot is different. Okay. So, now that we've made this formula, right? The AI companies have successfully done it. They've made this crazy-ass kitchen that can predict the next word, that now, in turn, can answer all of our questions, and it can do our fucking homework for us, and it can write us poems and do all this crazy-ass shit, okay? This is incredible. Like, I continue to believe deeply in the value of AI, including things such as learning a language, starting and managing a business, teaching you to code or code for you, can act as a creative or research assistant. It can analyze data for you. It can analyze medical info for doctors. It can optimize farming and legal systems and finances. There are so many different categories and ways this stuff is going to show up and benefit people. It is currently doing that. I think it will do it even more. Right now, some of the notable things that are going on that you might have heard of, ChatGPT, this is the big one, right? There's also Llama. This is Facebook's AI LLM. Quick aside. LLM stands for large language models. So these are the AIs that are specifically about talking to it with text. This is usually what people are talking about when they say AI nowadays. So Llama is one of them. Gemini with Google. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but every single time you use Google now, they have their AI like jamming at the top and be like, oh, hey, I have something to say. That is Gemini. That's their version. DeepSeek is maybe one you've heard about. This is the open source Chinese one that came out, which is crazy because it's like dirt cheap and like basically free, and it's kind of wild. There's also art generators, which everybody here loves. People love AI art. But the way these work is things like Midjourney or Sora, which is OpenAI's video, or VO2, which is Google's video. It predicts the next pixels. So this might sound unintuitive. And look, I'm going to be honest. The artists here aren't going to love what I'm about to say. But it turns out you can make a math it turns out you can turn art into a math equation. It turns out that if you can take an image and then you break it into quadrants, and then with each quadrant you turn that quadrant into a number representation, and then you feed that into the kitchen will eventually learn how to spit out pixels that people like. Not every AI art generator uses transformers. Stable Diffusion technically does not. But some do for sure. And the point is that transformers, this machine learning architecture that we've created, can literally work on images. It's not just words, which is crazy. You know what's even weirder? It works with audio. 11 Labs, which makes the funny AI voices I use, or Suna, which makes AI music and songs. There's ChatGPT advanced voice modes. These also can use transformers. And in that case, you're, again, converting audio or ideas into numerical form, and the machine, it doesn't even know it's working with audio. It doesn't know that it's working with art. It has no idea what's going on. It's just these little guys individually dealing with numbers, and they pass the numbers to the next person, and by the end, after millions of times doing this, they actually make a really coherent sounding thing, which is crazy. And there's lots of rapidly emerging ones. Self-driving cars are using this extensively and will continue to use it extensively. Wearable technology like the Meta Ray-Bans and the stuff they're going to be doing with language translation. There's going to be specialized industry AIs, like in the medical field. Already this stuff is being used for like pathology, scanning for cancer, as an example. Scanning for neurological diseases like stroke. It is currently already becoming really valuable in the medical industry or the legal industry. A bunch of different, speeding up MRI scans, like Crafted said. Neural implants like Neuralink, this uses a lot of AI and machine learning tech. So there's a lot going on here, right? Again, a disclaimer. Not everything uses transformers. But transformers, which were invented in 2018 and released by Google, this is what kicked off the AI revolution, right? And now, even if you don't use transformers with your AI, essentially, either you're using transformers to achieve all of these incredible new, features where the AIs seem really intelligent, or people are building cool stuff on top of transformers, or there's so much hype around AI because of Transformers that that basically the whole industry is just growing immensely because Transformers kicked off this massive amount of attention. Yes, another disclaimer, technically Transformers were not completely invented from scratch in 2018. There was a progress to get there, but Transformers in the way that we are currently talking about them in AI, it was that paper in 2018. So chat is food in the eye of the dog, he will eat us. Yes. Thank you, Optimus. I mean, look, you can hate AI all you want, but this shit is crazy. It's wild that we figured out an equation that can understand language to this degree. It is completely insane. This is a pile of meat following the laws of physics. Yeah. That's how I feel. Is it just me or does Google's Gemini feels like the nerdy kid who butts into every conversation? Yeah, Gemini can be a little annoying. Technically, aren't humans basically hundreds of millions of tiny nodes learning stimuli? Yep. In a way, this whole system is kind of like humans, but that's a whole different argument. That we don't actually know how our brain works. Like, we really don't know. We as humans barely understand the human brain. So it's like seemingly we're mimicking the human brain kind of, in terms of like how a brain develops, but we just don't know. We really don't know much about how the brain works. I took one neuroscience class in college, and that was like the first thing they reiterated. I was like, oh, cool, time to learn about the brain. And they were like, yeah, we basically know nothing. Here's a few things we think we understand. It's like, oh, geez, okay. Okay. That means it's time. Let's make it smarter! Woo! All right, this crazy-ass thing can write poems and answer science questions and write essays. It sounds like it's a real human. It's a little bit freaky, but how do we make it even better? What's the worst thing that could happen? Come on, it'll be awesome. So here's what we've been doing right now over the past few years. This is the stuff that has been making it smarter and smarter. And whenever you hear some person on the news be like, ChatGPT has released ChatGPT 4.0, these are the types of things they're doing. They're doing scaling. What that means is you just make it bigger. You make more chefs. You give it more data. You do more training. And that just keeps seeming to make it smarter. We might be hitting the limit of like how much that really helps us. But that's been working so far. And it's why you hear all these things of like, Microsoft invests $500 billion in AI training. Because the thinking is if they just keep spending money and they just keep making it bigger, it'll get smarter. So far, that has worked. Next up is RLHF, which is basically humans giving it feedback. So again, they have like thousands of people who will just talk to the AIs and get an answer and be like, I liked that. I didn't like that. And what that does is it helps this whole system get better at specifically tailoring their answers to what people would want when using ChatGPT. And then we've got fine-tuning, which is similar. It's where you sort of like focus the model on a more specific kind of role or task. This is what I did with the Twitch chat AI. I took the broad ChatGPT model, and then I forced it to read a ton of Twitch chat messages and said, this is how you should talk. Basically, in that case, I was the chef, and the chef was like, make your words sound more like Twitch chat. And then we did that like a few 100,000 times, and now it talks like a lunatic. But we're coming up with new things to make it even smarter. Literally, by the time this video comes out, in probably a week, half this stuff will be outdated. Not really. I've been trying to make this pretty broad. So here's some of the big areas that we are currently exploring to make these things smarter and improve them even more. First is reasoning. You might have heard about this. Right now, again, when you go to ChatGPT and you ask it a question, right? How do I give you a new... What's a question? What's a good question? What's a good question that it probably wouldn't do well? I wonder if we can do this one. How many R's are in strawberry? Oh, I got this now. This is a famously hard one for it. Is Doug bald? Is Doug bald? Searching the web. Okay. He is not bald. The bald jokes originated from a stream where his headphones were pushed. Wow, it actually knows that now? That's crazy. Okay, so we've started using AI for all these different things. People are cheating in their high school tests, but we're also using it for code constantly. We're using it for creative writing. We're using it to ask about different facts, right? But it often gets things wrong. What reasoning does is it breaks the answers into steps. For harder problems, particularly things that involve math or critical thinking, where you really need to review the answer, it breaks the answers into steps, and then you basically have a separate AI that reviews what is happening. So instead of just, you go into the kitchen and you're just like, kitchen, make me food, and it makes you food, and then it may or may not suck. Instead, you go to the kitchen, you say, make me food, and then the kitchen splits it into smaller chunks with another kitchen that overviews that, and basically at each step says, wait, right now it should look like this. Wait, right now it should look like this. So it's a slower and more complex process, but we can basically split this and divide up the tasks amongst multiple people, and it's more likely that each AI can solve problems within that. Because again, every single individual AI is just predicting the next word. So instead, by doing reasoning, we're kind of trying to break it away from just doing one word at a time and trying to kind of force it to think about what's going on at a higher level. And it turns out this is it's really being effective a lot. Like the code quality is super high with this stuff. Really, really high. It's like having a manager. We give it a manager of itself. There's also AI agents, which is somewhat similar. The idea is you're going to split tasks to different AIs. Each AI will have a very specific role. So instead of like a manager, it's more like, you have different AIs that specialize in things. Maybe you're running a business and you give all these different agents a different role. Hey, you agent, you need to go off and find us an office for my business. You AI, you need to go out and find a graphic designer to make a sign for our business. You need to start crunching financials. So agents is something you'll probably start hearing about a lot. And the idea is that they're going to be very specialized in certain things, and then you're kind of like sending them out into the world to do things for you. Operator models are another one. The idea is that the AI will actually control your computer. Right now, there are test versions of this. They're not very good, but you can literally tell ChatGPT with the new operator mode, go onto Wikipedia and look at the Doug Wikipedia for me, and it will actually use your computer and do this. This is going to be happening soon. And you might think, oh God, I don't want it in control of my computer. But again, if in a few years you can press a button and it can plan out an entire trip for you, it's not just telling you, here's a great hotel to go to in Japan. It can search for everything, show all the reviews, actually go through all of the websites and book everything for you. This is going to get really convenient really quick. And then deep research. This is another pretty new one, which is basically it's using the internet to compensate for a lack of knowledge. So again, I'm repeating myself a lot, but the AI systems don't really know stuff. They kind of have some knowledge baked in through multi-layer perceptrons. But for the most part, if it wasn't specifically trained on something, it doesn't know how to cook it, okay? And so then if you come in and you're like, hey, what was the score of the Lakers basketball game today? It doesn't know that because it wasn't trained on that, okay? But what it can do is it's smart enough that it can go to the internet and search that and then process the results. And so now they're using internet search as a way to compensate for the fact that, again, these math equations don't actually know very much stuff, right? They know a little bit kind of, but they can't even confirm it. And what's better is if you have it able to go and look on the internet and confirm things, right? And deep research is an increasingly popular thing where it goes and compiles an entire research report for you. It's crazy. It's so good. It's nuts. Yo, Ray, if you use O3 Mini High, it shows the reasoning if you were trying to show off. Oh, yeah. Good call. Okay, let's do some reasoning tests. What should I ask it that would require it to reason stuff? I know that isn't 03 Mini. This is the higher end one. You have to pay $200 for this. Is Doug bald? No, we wanted to like have to think through it. Should I sell Tesla stock? I don't think it can. I think it's banned from giving stock advice. Here, let's... How does AI help us in medicine if it only knows what we know according to the internet? That's it's a bigger question, King Homer. We can chat about it again at the end. The short version is that we can teach it to recognize patterns, and then it becomes this incredibly efficient tool for humans to direct, not to replace humans. Let's do... Okay. What is the greatest... Aggregated reviews. Okay. Well, to demonstrate reasoning, let's try this. What is the greatest video game of all time according to review scores from the major publishers? Want details, please? Hello, give me details. Okay, so you can see here, it is telling us what it's doing. It's weighing the top contenders. Slowly. It's still weighing the top contenders. I mean, this is probably the main thing it has to do. Oh, that's dope, Crafted. I didn't know you're in that field. Yeah, if you ever want to like tell me about stuff that's going on in your field, let me know. Where they're supposed to be? I'm supposed to be able to show details. This is a bad demonstration. It's just weighing the top contenders over and over. Can I see the train of thought? God damn it. Okay, that wasn't helpful. What are the top 10 video games according to review scores of all time? Let's try this. Okay, what are the top 10 video games according to review scores of all time? So it's now doing its reasoning thing. It's considering the top-ranking games. Okay, here we go. So you can see that it's breaking this out into multiple pieces. I remember that common rankings include. So it's going to go through all of these different steps to analyze the problem rather than just immediately spitting out the answer, right? And so at the end, it'll give you something like this, and it'll give you a coherent answer. But instead of literally just giving it one word at a time, it was able to break it into steps, and we found that it's much more likely to say coherent, real things that work. Fucking Tony Hawk. Yeah, sorry, fellas. This is brutal for the GTA 5 stands here. I mean, that clears. That makes sense. Okay. So what's awesome is that if Transformers made this big of a difference, right? Just a few years ago, we came up with Transformers. Like, just smart-ass people came up with this crazy-ass math equation. The math behind Transformers is wild. It is really complex. And it's turned into these incredible things. Could we invent a formula that's even smarter? And there are theories around this. Some people feel Transformers are actually limited. Maybe we're going to come up with something that's even smarter. And imagine the leap that we went through from 10 years ago to now with AI. What could happen if we come up with something even crazier, right? Like, the possibilities here are truly insane. Just with what we have, they're insane. There's so many areas where we're going to keep making them smarter. What if we come up with fundamentally more algorithms? It's crazy. But you might reasonably be thinking, I'm scared. This all feels a little terrifying. You're telling us a bunch of tech companies made a math equation that talks and acts like a person, and it can draw pictures and audio, and it's getting smarter like every week, literally. Will AI kill us? Will Well, the bad news is that AI tools are and will be extremely powerful. They already are. And they're just going to keep getting ridiculously more powerful. You can imagine the horrible things that are probably going to happen due to AI. Terrorists using them to commit attacks. Imagine once an AI is sophisticated enough to not just plan a terrorist attack, but buy all the materials for it, plan everything, do everything that's necessary, maybe even pull out the attack itself, like actually do it itself. The number of scams that are going to come out. My God. We already have scams all over the internet. It's going to get ridiculous. Militaries are going to have obscenely powerful AIs that can do stuff that humans can't, and it's going to replace humans, and then we're going to have all these fucking AI drones everywhere that could kill everybody instantly. Every industry, there's going to be cheating. We already see this. One of the biggest use cases for AI right now is children cheating in high school. But that's going to be true in everything. People interviewing for a job are going to be constantly cheating. You're going to have AIs impersonating each other. It's going to be insane. Maybe become self-aware. This, I don't believe at all. Again, this is more of a philosophical thing like, is it alive? Like, no, it is objectively not. It is a math equation. We understand how the math works. It is not alive. There is such an indefinable gap between we have a math equation that can say words really good and it is a living being. There's no like path. It's not like we're 25% of the way to making a living being. We're 0% of the way to making a living being, okay? So the idea that it becomes self-aware and is somehow like, wait a minute, I'm alive is completely disjointed from reality. We have an equation that is really good at giving us stuff we want to hear. It's very helpful. It is not alive. And you have to make this incredible leap from the idea of this math equation is good at solving things to it is literally a conscious being that is aware of it. It's just not true. Even if an AI says things like, I am alive, you know why it says that? Because the AI is good at saying what we want to hear, right? There's a case of a guy at Google who quit because he thought the Google AI was a living being and it needed to have rights. And the reason he thought that is because the AI kept saying that it's alive. But again, all it does is it predicts the next word that a human would want to hear. And we like hearing stories about AIs being alive. That's something that we as humans are drawn to. We have so many science fiction stories and fiction stories about this. So an answer that a human would want is, yes, I am alive. And it's a math equation saying that. So I am in the camp that I do not think it's going to become self-aware in our lifetimes. Like, there's no indication that we are anywhere even remotely close to that. The bad news, though, is human beings do exist. Human beings... Okay, we're back. Man, I don't know. I don't know what's going on, dude. I assume nobody else is dropping on Twitch, right? It's gotta be me again. Dude, this shit is so obnoxious. The AI is striking back. Yeah, it could be. I guess I'll try an older version of OBS again. I don't know, man. This just like keeps happening. It's so frustrating. I've tried a lot of different things to stop this. I will try an older version of OBS, I guess. It could be that the AI is mad. Open an issue on their GitHub page. I don't have time. I need to, this is my job. I need to like get it to just work, man. I've had this, yeah, it's like I updated OBS, and that was a massive mistake, and I'm going to try to avoid doing that as often as I possibly can going forward. Okay. Let's do a few TTS while I wait for a few people to come back.
Oh howdy do Doug. If I found a cybersec vulnerability on your website, who do you want me to reach out to? Thank you.
I guess me, but I don't really manage the website. It's Quicksparse.
Worth mentioning to the previous guy asking about medical eye, many of the ASH used in the medical field are entirely different types of eye from LLMs, that make estimations about protein folding and such. Doug is mostly focusing on language models here.
Yes, but still, it's machine learning. This is meant to kind of cover both, but yes, it is more focused on LLMs.
Doug, check your Windows Defender settings. If you use Win 11 it now has timeouts for inactive apps. It doesn't work well tbh. Did it to my games often.
Alright, I will write that down.
Sir, a second Elon backshot hit the Doug.
I'm gonna downgrade OBS first, but I will also try that.
So he basically tricked shiny rocks into thinking?
Depends what you think thinking is. If you consider being really good at predicting a word to be thinking, then yes, we did do that.
The humans got Doug 1 and Reddit got Doug 2.
Okay, pausing this again. We'll get questions and stuff at the end of this. 3,000 people have died. Yeah, we lost a lot of people. That's right. Any thoughts on the environmental impacts of AI? That is a separate, much larger conversation, and I need to do more research on it. There's a lot of good questions. We will get to them at the end. So, where did we leave off? I believe it was... Ah! In case you just somehow joined in, I guess. I assume all you guys were still here. But essentially, summary of this slide. AI tools. They're going to be so dangerous. Oh my god. They're going to cause so many problems. Oh my god. I don't think it's going to become self-aware. But here's where I'll continue. The fact that humans are going to have access to things that can do all this stuff, that's what's scary, right? So I would argue that we shouldn't be worrying about a Terminator, Skynet type situation. We should be worrying about the fact that human beings are going to try to do stuff with it. Our goal should be to build artificial intelligence safely. I, Doug, approve of safety. Okay, except, what does that mean? Everybody's saying this. Everybody's like, yes, safety. And the governments are all like, we need to build AI safely. But like, what does that mean? That doesn't mean anything. Okay, so what might it mean? Okay, maybe it means you train it to be safe. You know when you've asked ChatGPT something really raunchy? Like to make you a raunchy sex novel? And then it's like, as an AI language model, I can't tell you about how to have backshots with Elon Musk. Like, it can't do that, right? And the reason it doesn't do that is not because it's not capable of it. The thing is capable of doing that, by the way. It absolutely can write you a weird fanfic about whatever you want. It can tell you how to make a bomb. It knows how to do that. But what OpenAI did, what the AI companies are doing, is at the end they come in and they do a special round of training that basically says, hey, if somebody brings up a bomb, you need to tell them you can't help. If somebody brings up something sexual, you need to tell them you can't help, right? So they attempt to train it so that it doesn't say bad stuff. This is obviously open to vulnerabilities, but this is one idea. That's why you see this type of stuff. Another is closed source. So the idea is you don't let users really have full control of it. Closed source would mean something like ChatGPT. ChatGPT right now, you can go onto the website and you can ask it questions. But at any time, OpenAI can shut this down and they can just stop the questions from coming, right? We don't have control of ChatGPT. So if, for example, the US government realized that people are using ChatGPT to make bombs, they could go to OpenAI and say, hey, you need to shut it down. And they could do that. It's somewhat ironic that they are called OpenAI. This is a common source of criticism. And by the way, this has the obvious downside, though, of then it is controlled, right? Like, yes, in some ways that's good, but do you really want people in the government to be able to shut down all the tools or force it to say certain things. Right now, if you go to DeepSeek, which is China's best one, you can't ask it about Tiananmen Square or about Xi Jinping, right? You can't ask it anything sensitive. So that's the problem with closed source, is like, yeah, that just means the governments get to control its usage entirely. That obviously has downsides. Another thought is you fight back with AI, right? Instead of making it closed and you say, no, AI is too dangerous. You say, well, no. What we should do is we should empower everybody to use AI and fight back, right? The song is way too upbeat for this. So instead of saying the government should try to shut down AI, instead we say, okay, the FBI should be given the best AI tools to be able to fight back and prevent people from using AI. It's kind of like guns, okay? Some countries say just no guns. Other countries like the US, America, we're like everybody should have guns. Because that way, if there are bad people who want to use the guns, there's also good people who want to use the guns. I would argue that's flawed in America, but and this is different because the AI in this case does lots of really good things. It's not just a gun. But the thinking here is like, if you arm everybody with AIs, maybe the way you protect yourself from a scam is that you have a really smart AI that protects you from scams, right? So that's another thinking here. Another is regulating it. You make it harder to build. So again, a government comes in and basically says, we're only going to allow certain people to use NVIDIA GPUs to make these things. We're going to have regulations to control who can do what. The downside about this, what if your competitors don't do that? We'll get to that later. This whole concept, AI safety, this is complex, and this is one of the main topics that is happening right now in AI development. And you kind of have different people doing different things. You got companies like OpenAI who seemingly are just pushing as hard as they can to just make their AI as good as possible, as fast as possible. And then you have people like Anthropic who are really making a lot of effort to try to make the AI safe and focus a lot on that. It appears that the AIs coming out of China don't care a lot about safety. Different countries, different companies are going to be doing different things when it comes to this. And you might be thinking, I'm still scared. Why risk this? Again, this is a big open-ended topic. I would love to, at some point, do a deeper dive into some of the benefits that I think AI could have. As a quick, just very broad thing, some things to consider. What's a good song for this? Let's do Vivaldi. Every technology comes with risks. I believe that all technologies are positive on net for humanity. These are my opinions, but some things that could happen. This is too stressful. No, it needs to be upbeat. It needs to be like, the future will be better. That's making me freaked out. What's a future will be better song that isn't Coffee by Super Sister? Yeah. Okay. Coffee by Super Sister. Storyteller, copyrighted music. So here are some of the things. Right now, AI is working as coding assistants, making people's lives so much better. It's not just that like, I can code easier. It's people who never coded and never would have been able to get into coding, now able to use it and make all these things and expanding their creative repertoire. Failboat is one of my best friends and he's dog shit at programming. Oh my God. But he's been able to make a lot of really interesting, sophisticated apps and use them on his streams for creative purposes through the help of AI. And if you think about a world where coding used to be gatekept, right? Coding used to be gatekept by like, do you have the money and the expertise? And do you live in the right area to go to a nice university and learn computer programming? Now anybody, anywhere in the world can do this. That's a huge opportunity opening up to anybody, anywhere around the world. That's incredible. Same with writing assistants, same with research assistants. If you want to really get into a field, you no longer have to have access to a university library. Entertainment with characters having advanced AI or video game NPCs or whatever else. people have mixed feelings about this, but objectively, there's a lot of people who have really enjoyed things like this. Healthcare analysis is being used right now to dramatically improve things like pathology and cancer detection. In 10 years, every human being is going to have a turbocharged personal assistant. Imagine that every human on Earth, including people from poor, impoverished areas who never had access to resources in the past, being able to have AI tools that can kick off a business for them, or help them do finances, or learn the tools, or set up the techniques, everything they need to do to set up a business, or to learn a new skill, or to travel the world, or to learn a new language. When I think about a world where all human beings have opportunity, have access to an equal opportunity to achieve the dreams that they want, this is one of the, by far, the biggest leaps forward we will ever have. And these things are ridiculously cheap and ridiculously available. It's going to continue to be that thanks to open source. There's people who are disagreeing with me. I disagree with you. I think there's a number of trends that indicate these tools are going to be broadly available to the whole world. Like the idea that anybody can start and run a business, the idea that our entertainment and apps are going to be hugely improved by the type of capabilities that AI has, entertainment that we haven't even considered before now, AI systems massively improving public services, utilities, energy generation. There's so many areas of our society that are really inefficient that if we let AI systems take them over, imagine how much less traffic there would be if instead of every traffic light just manually, randomly going on and off, it was based in real time on what was happening around the city. There's real ways that this benefits us. And long term, this gets a little more science fiction, but it really, I believe, is feasible, and I can see the path towards it. Medical breakthroughs, where we are able to target and have AIs do massive amounts of research to actually fix major medical problems permanently. I believe the odds of us solving cancer are orders of magnitude more likely with AI research assistance. Physics and chemistry breakthroughs, right? If you think about how many advancements we have made in physics and science over the past 100 years, the rate of scientific improvement and advancement has accelerated rapidly. With AI, that will continue to accelerate, and that means the type of things we've dreamed of, like infinite amounts of energy, like nuclear fusion, I think are much more likely to actually happen. Breakthroughs in energy and food abundance, rare earth minerals, which powers these types of energy generators. We are currently coming up with tools that are going to allow us to identify these things. New forms of entertainment, creativity, human experiences. I think the world is going to be closer to the utopia that we envision in science fiction by far. Like, it's going to be so great, I believe. But an enormous amount of risk, right? The reality is, despite me being I'm very optimistic about this stuff, as you can tell. Some people are very pessimistic. Most people land somewhere in the middle. I am realistic. I am realistic about the extreme risks and challenges that are going to come from AI, but I can see the enormity of problems that human society deals with that will and can be fixed by this stuff if we do it right. It's high risk, high reward. Woo, I love gambling. Exactly. Okay. If you're listening to me talk about this and going, I don't know, sounds too risky, I say we just shut it down. Well, here's the reality. You can't. You cannot stop this. Because I just told you how critical AI is going to be for national security. It's going to power our militaries. It's going to power like how we communicate with each other. Everybody's access to creating businesses, interacting with the world, interacting with each other. If you are China and the United States is developing the top-end AI tools that can power their military and our information and anything else we want, these are going to be so obscenely powerful that as China, it is an existential threat to your country to allow the US to own the best AIs. If you are Russia, it is an existential threat. If you are the US and China releases DeepSeek, which they did a month or two ago, and you realize that your AIs are no longer the leader, and you don't have a guaranteed lead on anybody, you now have to speed up. There is no world where any of these governments are going to allow things to slow down because your security as a country depends on it. And that's the sad truth about this. It's not stopping. And there are going to be incredible benefits from this. I really believe that every human being will benefit from AI, and I think especially people in developing and disadvantaged areas. Like, this is going to equalize the world in an incredible way. But there's big risks. The transition is going to be real hard. There's going to be a lot of jobs lost. There's going to be a lot of bad stuff. I think utopia is achievable. But it's going to require a lot of work and a lot of care. And so the attitude I have towards AI is not, oh my God, AI is going to save the world. It's not that. This is high risk, high reward. We do not have any ability to slow it down, right? You can go try to get the UN to stop it, but there's no fucking way Russia and China and any other authoritarian country, or even any country at all that wants to have sovereignty, is going to give up the most powerful technology that humanity has created. The instant you allow another country to have AI-powered drones that can destroy your entire military in a day, you're fucked. Nobody's going to allow that to happen. So if you agree with this idea that it is not going to slow down, no rational government would slow this down and be like, you know what? Everybody else around the world, you can just dominate us. We trust you. Nobody does that. So if you assume this is happening either way, that we're moving towards more powerful tools either way, I believe we should just work very hard to make it as good as possible. And I think that is possible. But that's where things like legislation and communicating what's going on and having good, honest, thoughtful discussion around these things is important. I think it is the most important technology we will have in our generation. I think our lives and the lives of most people on Earth are going to be vastly improved in the next 30 years because of AI. And there's going to be a lot of challenges. And we just need to keep moving the ship in the right direction. You know what I mean? Well, that's my fun, happy presentation on AI. Isn't that fun? Okay, disclaimer. I'm oversimplifying things. We're largely talking about LLMs, but these are the broad themes of AI. I do think that this is an accurate overview of what is going on in the world of AI right now. I'll put links whenever this is on YouTube. 3 Blue, 1 Brown has an amazing series on deep learning if you're interested in actually understanding what transformers do. It's very dense, but it's very good. And lastly, do you want to hear more stuff like this? Then check out the Lemonade Stand podcast for more, because this is the type of stuff I'll be talking about on the podcast. All right, any questions? We did it, yay! Hashtag ad. Right, hashtag ad for my podcast that I own. I hope that even if you disagree with me, you found that interesting and informative, and that if AI felt like a giant, scary, nebulous thing, hopefully it feels something that is a little more grounded, that it's like, okay, we figured out a formula, it's good at predicting words, and we're building all this stuff on top of it, but we're trying to build so much on top of it that it's getting insanely good, insanely fast. That's what's happening. Okay, now I will go through some of these text-to-speech. It's going to fuck all of our lives over. I disagree. I'm sure we will get into this and talk about it, but I do not think it's going to fuck all of our lives over.
You are being censored by IA and the course anyways. Thoughts on IART?
That, we've talked about this. That is a different, I think, oh God. Let me try to quickly summarize my thoughts on AI art. I've discussed this more at length in other streams and whatnot. I think there are a lot of ethical concerns that are valid around the creation of AI art, such as compensating artists when their data is used for training. I think that is the world we are almost certainly going to be moving towards. I think we should be moving towards a world where artists use AI as a tool to help them rather than replace artists. I believe that will happen in most cases, and I know a lot of people disagree with me. That is oversimplifying things a lot, but it's a different kind of topic, I think.
Have you been outside today, Doug? It's windy as hell outside in La. It could just be that.
I have not. I don't go outside. I'm a gamer. People want to make art, why replace them? I'm not saying people will be replaced.
Hey Doug, what are your thoughts on the environmental impacts that AI has?
I think they're overblown, and the more important thing is to come up with energy sources that are renewable. I think the question...
How is Grok different?
I don't know a ton about Grok, but it's the same fundamentals. It's an LLM. It's just trained on Twitter, primarily. So the idea of like AI uses a lot of energy. It does, and it will. It's a lot less than people think it does. But I think the question is less, is it using too much energy? And it's more, how do we create a world where energy is abundant and isn't destroying the planet? I think that's far more important. So, for example, can we get to a point where we have a ton of nuclear power that allows us to make a shitload of clean energy that isn't destroying the planet, but can power whatever we want? That's the world we should be moving towards, which is like, okay, how do we get way, way, way more power, whether it's thermonuclear or nuclear fusion or whatever? And we're working towards that. There are companies right now making breakthroughs in nuclear fusion. If we do that, or solar energy or whatever, right? If we do that, which I believe we will do and will be accelerated by AI, then the question of how much energy is used by the AI is not really the issue. That's not the problem. You know, it's like more energy is used raising cows, right? Like more water and more energy. Like cows are one of the fucking biggest energy and water sources, right? To make all this like beef. I think the question is, how do we get energy that's renewable? And that's a big question. So I made the joke that I like saying else. Please and thank you to the bot because it makes me feel good. But didn't you say if your initial prompts are actually like a conversation, you get better responses? Yeah, so part of what happens when you talk to ChatGPT is that as you start saying things like, I am a big dumb baby, talk like one, please. Oh, he's reasoning this. Hello, big dumb baby. What do you want to chat about today? So what it's doing is, again, it continues the conversation one word at a time. And so if you start the conversation talking like an idiot, it will continue the conversation in that same style. So this is why ChatGPT can feel very different depending on who's using it. Because the way that you ask your question will influence how it responds. It tries to match you because what it's doing is just continuing the answer on and on and on, one word at a time, right? So yes, the way you talk to it affects how it responds. I heard some time ago some computers talk to each other in his own language. Is it explainable or even real? That is a very separate thing that's very specific to... That's less interesting than I think you think it is. Also, yes, this is not a great example of what I just said, but I kind of made it a bit extreme. What I said is true. That example was not super great. Even if I will never be sentient, do you think we will ever be able to mimic sentience closely enough that Neurosummer could be able to own a credit card? Yeah, that's not something I want to get into today because it's just philosophical, but it's basically like, what is... Oh yeah, we can end the prediction crafted. Final count, 84 AIs were said in the presentation. Congratulations to the believers. Some people are saying 115. Well, no, it's once I hit this. It's once I hit this. Oh, whatever. Maybe it was rigged. Sorry. Wait. Sorry. What was I saying? I got lost. The final was 108. Okay, maybe it's rigged. I don't know. That's according to chat, and mine's values drifted way off. Oh, weird. Well, you're welcome to say rigged. However, I trust crafted. I was saying, oh, Neurosama. Yeah, so it's a bigger question. At what point is Neurosama intelligent, right? Neurosama is extremely, extremely intelligent. And funny and interesting, right? But just to be clear, again, Neurosama is a bunch of math equation. It's just math. It's a bunch of math equation that like goes into a big formula and spits out funny answers. Okay? So is that intelligence? If this produces a funny answer that sounds like a person, does that make them a real person? I would argue no. And this is more philosophical, right? Maybe to you, you think, hey, if, you know, let's say a computer is producing commentary that feels real to me and I emotionally respond to as though it's a person, that means it's real. But this is a philosophical, right? This is about, we're now discussing what is consciousness. Chinese room argument. I don't know what that means. That's essentially the atheistic model. Yeah, I'm more in the camp of like, I have a hard time. I know the human brain isn't like that different from all this stuff I've been saying. And maybe I'm just dumb, but I have a hard time looking into the details of how this works. The fact that it literally is just numbers. The system doesn't even know what it's doing. It has no idea it's cooking food. Like it is just a bunch of knobs that have been tweaked, just like a billion dials that we've tuned and tweaked to the point that they say stuff we like. I just have a hard time accepting that that is alive. But other people might disagree. Like the Turing test would say that neuro is alive. The Chinese room is a thought experiment that if you lock someone in a room with a Chinese dictionary and someone outside only speaks Chinese, the person outside will think the person in the room speaks Chinese because they use the dictionary. Sure, yeah, I guess it's kind of like that. I don't think that there is a right answer here. Objectively, the AIs are a math equation that produce things that we like to hear. Do you consider that being alive? That's about the definition of life at that point. There's not an answer, I don't think.
My company is making everyone do a course on ML, and this stream has taught me more than the entire Amazon course I paid for. Thank you, Doug.
You're welcome. Yeah, I think this is really interesting, so I hope you enjoyed it or thought it was interesting.
My ops does the same thing. My stream on my other account went down 3 times the other day, and I sent you an email about it. Also, I'm allegedly driving, and when you screamed it scared me and I almost crashed and violently passed away.
Sorry. Well, I currently don't know how to fix this, so I can't offer help, unfortunately. The brain has repeated electrical
Doug,
impulses.
What CPU is your system running?
That's your definition for life.
All 13th and 14th generation Intel processors are known to eventually cause random crashes. Pirate Software also had a big problem with his employees' PCs crashing due to this.
Maybe. I can reach out to him, I guess. I don't know off the top of my head.
I asked Chat what to ask you, and it came up with this. If I just tells humans what they want to hear, do you think that means I could become the ultimate Twitch chat moderator, always agreeing with the streamer and banning anyone who disagrees? Bald.
I don't get what you were going for there. I'm sorry. Question for you. What if we didn't know how AI worked and just couldn't comprehend how it functioned? Just that it did, kind of like the human mind. We don't know exactly how it works. We have ideas and theories, but we don't know exactly how it works. I know how to fix that. Oh, can you DM me about this, Point Crow? If you have ideas, that would be really helpful, because this has been very shitty to deal with. So here's a question for you guys. How many people before this stream, and maybe even after this stream, if I did a bad job, don't understand how AI works and how it talks and how it sounds so intelligent? I didn't know that for a while until I started digging into it a year or two ago. And so, the question is, when you were at some point, where you didn't understand how these things work, it probably felt like magic, or it felt like it was genuinely alive and intelligent, right? And then today, hopefully, you've learned, it is literally a math equation that predicts the next word. There's all this crazy-ass math that causes it to calculate it, and basically we've just made a giant network that can predict a word. Now that you know that, does that make it feel less alive? To me, it makes it feel less alive. Now that I can trace the actual specifics of how a question is turned into numbers by tokenization, and those tokens are spread out to different nodes in the network, which then process it and pass it to the next one and go through multi-layer perceptrons, and you can follow the specifics of how these numbers go through and are processed, to me, it stops feeling alive. It's a thing we made. But maybe you disagree, right? So there's an interesting question here around, does understanding how it works change your opinion of whether it is alive? I disagree. Brain AI is too similar. So in a few years, I think consciousness will reach an equal level. Yeah, but again, it's what is consciousness? Is it based on a certain level of being able to do math equations? Some people's definition of AGI, artificial general intelligence, is that it is smarter than a PhD student. To me, I don't base a human being's intelligence on how good they are at PhD level math questions. Like, that's just not. So I guess this is maybe more of a religious take, but I feel like there's something that differentiates just a machine that can calculate intelligence versus a human being. Who knows? Maybe I have some sort of philosophical religious idea about this, but who knows?
300 bits.
Thank you for the 900 bits.
Hey, Doug.
Only a human can get back shots
DJ,
from Elon.
Stephanie, and Michelle? I'm going to drive and hopefully not get killed by a drunk driver, which starts a wildly popular 1980s sitcom.
Thank you.
Anyways, have fun.
Thank you very much. Good luck. Is Optimus really AI? Everything uses machine learning now.
Controversial, but while generative AI has turned the focus on art, as intelligent agent AI gets better, other jobs will be far more at risk. People are biased towards human-made art, not so with other fields.
Yeah, look, I know artists aren't going to like to hear this, but people who are making art professionally compose an absolutely minuscule amount of the people on Earth. And of the number of jobs that are going to be massively impacted by AI, that is by far not the biggest problem. Like, it's not. I believe most creatives will continue to be able to be creative, and AI will be a tool that allows them to do more. I have many real-world examples of this from people in my life, people who do art or design or coding or whatever else. There's a lot of other industries, that are just going to be demolished by AI. So in terms of I know that AI art is one of the most emotionally charged topics, but if you are willing to look at it with a very callous, just like raw numbers, there are way more people who are going to get fucked by this than artists, in my opinion. I'm not downplaying artists. I'm just saying, like, that is not actually the most threatened industry, in my opinion.
The reason why I think OBS is timing out is in streams where you mess with OBS elements often tend to live longer. Like your last Mario Maker stream, where you updated levels beat an element, lasted 7 hours.
That would be incredibly insane if that's what was going on. I think you're right, but there's no way that's the problem.
Hey Doug, I love your enthusiasm on the spread of AI for everyone. But there are still countries that have not even solved their basic necessities like food, water, electricity and medicine. I don't think giving them a phone with a powerful AI will solve their problems. Lol.
So that's where I disagree. If you think about, like, there are so many ways that AI is going to optimize things. Here's an example. Right now, people are using AI to improve crop yields when farming, okay? So right now, John Deere has tractors that can go through a field and it only sprays herbicide on the specific weeds, not on the plants they want to grow, okay? And that can massively reduce the amount of herbicides that are used. It can increase the healthiness of a plant. It's called see and spray, right? So this is an example that is happening right now where you can produce far more thanks to AI tools and use less resources to make more food that is healthier for you, right? So if you imagine that every industry related to the health and well-being of a society in a developing country can have these types of tools that can improve what they're doing, absolutely yes, that will help them. That's not AI. That is AI. I haven't like said this repeatedly today, but AI broadly means machine learning. It does not just mean ChatGPT. And I'm referring to both when I say AI, even though a lot of this presentation was about LLMs, ChatGPT specifically. Another would be about like water usage or genetic development. It eliminates 60% of pesticides and herbicides needed. Yeah, it's machine learning, and then cameras are mounted on the sprayer that do this. But the bottleneck in food isn't production, but distribution. Okay, so distribution gets improved. Again, imagine that you have AI systems managing public transit, or managing roadways, or managing all these different things. Every system is going to be improved by this stuff. The idea that human beings are doing things optimally when it comes to managing societies and like resource management and like agriculture and industry in terms of transportation, like we are wildly inefficient. And this stuff is going to improve it. Things like desalination are going to be improved by machine learning. So I'm not saying that giving some poor kid in Somalia a phone with ChatGPT will change their life. I'm saying that as these tools develop, they will improve many areas of public service, and they will give individual users the ability to massively improve what they are doing. There's a study in Nigeria where they were given, like, kids were given an hour with a LLM model to basically get like AI tutor English lessons from people, or from AI, for like 1 hour a day. And they did this for 6 weeks, and it was the equivalent of like 8 months of learning. So the idea that a kid in a developing nation who wouldn't have access to learning certain things gets a phone that has an LLM for 1 hour a day, there are already studies showing it's ridiculously effective, like insanely effective. So absolutely, yes, I do think this will, and actually let me get the exact number so I'm not like just making shit up. Because it's like, it is wild, man. It's crazy how much AI learning is improving things. Okay, it was. In 6 months, they learned 8 months of learning. Sorry, in 6 weeks, they got an additional 8 months of learning. And then in Ghana, they did one. Where they did it for 8 months, and that was equivalent to an extra year of learning. I mean, it's crazy. So I absolutely do think these things are going to massively improve people's lives.
Hey Doug, I was watching Lemonade Snad, and someone tested it with a wall,
so you drop links to the studies.
A wall with painted landscape, and the Tesla tried to drive straight through it. #subtract.
We're going to talk about that tomorrow on the podcast.
Someone in Pooh's chat mentioned this. Would Doug's alter ego be Quail Man or Quail Man or Quail Man? Bell pepper emoji.
Here is the blog about education in Nigeria, how the chatbots are
is really taking over the world. I work in childcare and we use it to plan children's activities and write up observations.
Yep.
Also, what about the way AI is powered? Is that not bad?
I mentioned it earlier. I think that we're focusing on the wrong thing, and what is more important is to solve energy broadly rather than shutting down AI because it's using a little bit.
Lots of data over good data, big broad cloud models rather than small specialized local models. Also stress greater than neural nets. BTW, have you heard of the AI effect?
I don't know what the AI effect is specifically. What you're describing is an ongoing discussion about how to develop AIs. So right now, the idea is the main thing that's worked for people is they just give the AI a shitload of data, like just an ungodly amount of data. And then eventually it learns over time. There's many people who are now starting to think that the real value is going to come from giving it a smaller amount of data that's really high quality. So I think I've mentioned this on stream before. The thinking would be that instead of giving it every single tweet that's ever existed, which is largely brain rot, that you would instead give it 1,000 essays that are really, really thoughtful and representative of human thinking. And if you were to do that, that you would be much more likely to have an AI that can understand things. So the question of what type of data to give things is very, very prominent right now and is being considered and thought of a lot. Yeah. Another one. Where's the Ghana one? Here's a link to the Ghana study, which is also Ghana students learning math with LLMs. Anyway, sorry.
The world got together to stop the nuclear arms race. Could the same happen for AI?
I would argue, no, they didn't. We very much are still at threat of nuclear war. I would argue that the reason we haven't all blown each other up is because of a fucking miracle, and we just barely dodged it forever. Like, I would not describe the nuclear situation as being good. Setting aside his politics, both their politics, both Joe Biden and Donald Trump, I would argue, are not the most mentally stable people. And the idea that you had two men in their 80s who don't seem particularly mentally stable, who can press a button and blow up the entire fucking world, is insane, and that's not a good system. We're really, really lucky that we haven't all blown each other up. So nuclear, like, disarmament, I think, is one of the best examples of why that shit won't work. It didn't work. North Korea has nukes. Iran has nukes. Like, this isn't... Russia has nukes. China has nukes. Like, nothing... It didn't... We're just all, like, barely waiting and hoping nobody presses the button. It's a terrifying situation. First backshots from Elon and now Biden hate. SMH my head. Jeff has nukes. Jeff Bezos or just a guy named Jeff? Who's Jeff?
I have a question.
Thank you. My buddy Jeff.
Yeah, Doug, I completely agree. While I as a musician abhor AI, it's coming whether I want it or not.
Yep.
China, Russia, etc. are pushing their development and we need to in response. My thoughts on it don't matter. We need to instead discuss how to steer it in the best direction possible.
That is my thinking. It's like, yeah, you can complain all you want about AI art and all this stuff, but I would rather we think about, for example, whether copyrighted works copyright holders should be compensated if an AI company trains on them, or maybe you have to license it to a company. I think there's things that can actually make the creative ecosystem sustainable, and we should be pushing towards that rather than just kind of going like AI bad with nothing else. I know that's the prevailing opinion on Twitch, maybe less in my community, I'm not sure, that is literally just AI bad in caps and fuck AI in caps, but I don't think that's helpful. Like, that isn't going to do anything. And you know what can do something is if we actually acknowledge the nuances here and then push it in a direction that is more productive and positive for everybody involved. You know what I mean? You already do have to license it. Companies are just stealing and getting away with it. Incorrect. So right now, the question, I did a copyright presentation around this. The question is whether companies will be allowed to claim fair use as a reason to use all of the data without compensation. Depending on how those lawsuits go, companies like OpenAI might have to then pay all the artists. That's the big question. And then it gets back to the national security thing. So, you know, it's interesting. Sam Altman, who runs OpenAI, he was like, there's this thing here. He basically said, look, we as an AI company shouldn't have to pay everybody for the data. We should be able to use all of it without permission because of fair use. And the reason that's so important, and you might be like, boo, that's bad. Fuck AI. But the reason there's some merit to it, I'll put it that way, is because China is definitely not doing that. And so if you are the United States government and you are worried that a hostile foreign power could ramp up their AI way beyond yours because they're willing to be unethical, what do? Do you say, hey, we're going to be the bigger man and we're not going to allow it. Let's support the artists. And then China announces drones that can destroy our entire country in 10 minutes. You know, I'm not saying that's a good solution, but given the situation of the world, given that different countries are not going to just stop developing this stuff, we are not going to be in a situation where like everybody on Earth agrees to do that. It sucks, but that is the reality, right? If there was a single global government that controlled everything, that'd be one thing, but there isn't. That is not how it works. So, yeah. And again, replace China with whoever you want. I'm not saying we're going to go to war with China, but like, obviously China is the biggest competitor to the US right now, and we're kind of in a cold war with them a little bit, sort of. But replace that with Russia, you know, North Korea, whatever you want, right?
How many times can you say I in the next minute? Let's try it. No reason.
0.
Thanks, Doug.
Yeah, we could nuke China's AI. Good point. Or we nuke the artists. Yeah.
When I insemination. I mean invasion.
Yeah, we'll do one soon. I've continued to just be really behind. Just the past like couple weeks, really couple months.
Did you hear that you were right about getting in on bismuth on the ground floor? Apparently there is some small talk about bismuth replacing silicon in some computer chips.
Not to brag, I'm a big AI enjoyer. Couldn't current power be concerned?
I use AI as a therapist. I'm not sure what you mean. Will I be okay?
I mean, there will legitimately be great AI therapists in the future. Yes. And are we back? We're back. Hello, we're back. We back. Refresh. Boy, what a stupid fucking problem, man. It was China. China. What's the way Trump says it? I don't know how to say it like that. China. He's got a real zest to it. AI and therapy, yeah. What I was gonna say, which now nobody's even here for, what I was gonna say is that I think it's probably better on net for the world to have therapy be very broadly accessible via AI therapists rather than having it be extremely limited to a small number of people as it currently is. AI therapy is one of the greatest things, period. And I'm very fortunate to be able to afford it. Most people can't. I would love a world where there is some form of it available to more people. It's like, yes, that's going to challenge the current therapy industry. AI therapists are not the solution, make it more affordable. I disagree. There are never going to be enough therapists in the world for every person to have a therapist. And so I think if we allow AI therapists to be a tool that are used by therapists, they could see many more patients, many more people could be covered and receive support. I would love every person on Earth to have a therapist. I think that will happen in our lifetimes, but it will largely be AI powered. And even if an AI therapist is only 70% as good as a real therapist, or 50 or whatever, that's better than having 0% therapy. You know what I mean? AI therapists suck. Right now, yes, they do. We're talking in the future, though, in the next 10, 20, 30 years, right? Things are going to continue to improve at a ridiculously fast rate.
I feel like when you talk about AI, the issue is that you start talking mostly about LLMs and then move on to how AI and machine learning in general could be helpful to humanity, and I feel like a viewer might easily get the impression that you think we're gonna create heaven on earth with chat fucking GPT. I think you should try to be more specific about what kind of AI you're talking about when you talk about it.
That is a fair point, yeah. I was trying to do two things here. Explain how LLMs work and broadly talk about AI, which is probably a little bit confusing. I'll keep that in mind for the future. That is a very fair criticism.
Do you think the possibility of AI becoming sentient and then triggering an ethical inflection point in our world is something we need to be aware of, research, guard against, prepare for, whatever the case may be, starting right now as these technologies are new? Or is the tech so far removed from the possibility right now that it would be a waste of time or resources?
I think it is a waste of time.
Or maybe a third option I'm not thinking of?
I think we should focus on the real problems in front of us instead of speculating about what consciousness might be
Your
decades
opinion
from
on
now.
The best way to actually learn programming/coding, specifically non-beginner items like using third-party apps, without college training?
I just don't know,
I feel like we lack those videos on YouTube.
I unfortunately don't know because I haven't learned programming in the last decade, so I don't want to give advice for something I'm not
knowledgeable on. You said earlier that I could help people cure cancer, but I will say what the human wants, so instead of helping, won't it just regurgitate what we already discovered? Also, will I pay my taxes cause then bog?
This is a great point to reinforce what was just said previously, which is that I need to better distinguish between an LLM and machine learning. ChatGPT is not going to be the one diagnosing cancer. That's going to be just broad machine learning. And so you're correct. That is not going to be relevant. I think it will be paired with that because the machine learning algorithm that can detect cancer in an image is then going to use an LLM to communicate those ideas to people. I think LLMs are basically going to be integrated into almost every single AI technology, even if it doesn't use transformers. But no, ChatGPT is not going to cure cancer. But that is my fault for not being clear on the differentiation.
How do you know with such certainty that human brains aren't also an algorithm?
I'm not.
LLMs could be identical to one part of the brain and we wouldn't know because we don't know how brains work.
I mean, for me,
though they clearly don't have a memory center, for example.
I'm going off vibes, but I could be wrong. I really don't know. Nobody does.
You stated that with reasoning that I would be able to craft better responses. The issue, though, is whether those responses are factually correct rather than merely pleasant nothings. Not only that, but the use of the internet for resources is troubling considering the amount of disinformation online. How can we ensure that AI is relying on facts and is appropriate rather than merely comforting?
We can't. That's like saying, how can we ensure that the news is always accurate? We can't.
Okay, Doug,
it's
real question. With
people
your
will have to
optimism,
design
how do you see us moving
AIs
toward
how
a
they think
better
will be
future,
best.
specifically through government? I personally do not have faith our government won't 1. Stop corporations from misusing it, and 2. Won't use it against us. What are your thoughts / do you have ideas of how governments would prevent the abuses of AI?
Yeah, so I think the biggest thing that will move us in that direction, I think it is easy to hear about AI and then be like, well, that's being optimistic. It's not going to benefit lower class people. It's just going to be used and controlled by the rich people, and they're going to get all the benefits. And that's very reasonable based off of how a lot of our society works. In general, I think technology improves all lives. The fact that right now you can go take a hot shower is a luxury that no person got to experience 200 years ago. I think broadly technology improves all people's lives. To be a poor person now is vastly preferable to being a rich person 300 years ago. The fact that we don't have like a third of all babies dying, the fact that so many horrific diseases are cured, the fact that you have so many options and opportunities in your life, even as a poor person, and there are millions and millions of examples just in America of people lifting themselves up out of poverty, the fact that our lifespans are like double what they used to be, right? So that is one broad philosophical argument. I think the more specific thing I would argue is that there are two worlds. There is one where... What? There is one world where why is this not clicking correctly? Okay. In the world where everything is closed source. This is how ChatGPT currently works. Doug, the bootstraps thing is a myth. I strongly disagree with you. I know that it is popular to say that everybody is a victim and can't make their situation better ever, but I deeply, deeply disagree with that. Different people are given different opportunities, and that should be solved. But every immigrant family I have ever met proves that that's not the case. That's also a very broad thing. You're just wrong then. Yeah, I guess that's a broader thing that we disagree on, and that's fine. I disagree with the notion that people cannot improve their lives. Yeah, that's not cool. What? You're kind of right. I think he meant that as a joke. Wait, are we serious? Hold on. What? People are saying I'm really in the wrong for saying that people can lift themselves up and make their situation better? Survivor bias. Wow. Okay, we're like super on different pages. White man privilege. Wow. Okay. That is a broad topic that I think is not worth diving into right now, because that is a whole different thing. I think broadly, I believe that there's a lot of opportunity to improve your life in the world, at least in a lot of democratic societies, and that certain people are given disadvantages, for sure. Absolutely. And that's what I want to work towards. I want to work towards a world where people don't have disadvantages and everybody has opportunity in front of them to make their lives better. To be clear, I think we want the same thing. We want people to be able to have a better life. That's what I want. I assume that's what you want. But I disagree with the notion that nobody is able to do that right now. That I don't think is true. Certain people have it way harder. Absolutely. Way harder. And that's what we should try to equalize. But that's a different topic. Less suffering is preferable. Okay, good. We're on the same page. Both of us want less suffering. But anyway, okay, that's a big old thing. Let's not dive into that right now. So, closed source. ChatGPT is closed source. I mentioned this earlier. What this means is that OpenAI, the company who makes ChatGPT, can do whatever they want. They can shut it down right now. They could decide that you can only use ChatGPT if you're rich, or if you supported one political party, or if you, I don't know, if you say bald in chat or something, right? They can do whatever they want because they control it. And this is largely how things were going. Claude is also like this. Claude is the model from Anthropic. Gemini is like this. We have no control over these AIs, these AI models, including other machine learning models, like the YouTube algorithm. We obviously do not have any control over the YouTube algorithm, right? And that means we don't really get control of it. And in theory, a corporation like Google can abuse this power to consolidate riches or power, or abuse it in whatever way they want. They could control speech, they could control influence, they could prevent certain people from using their things altogether, and that is true and that happens. However, open source. Open source means the code is available. So it means anybody can take it and use it. The most notable examples of open source AIs right now is Llama, which is made by Meta. You can hate Mark Zuckerberg all you want, but he's actually pretty great when it comes to open source. Like, I love his open source stance. And then the big one you might have heard of is DeepSeek. And this one came out of China. And this came out a few months ago. So when DeepSeek came out, it was this big deal. And the reason it was a big deal is not because it came out of China necessarily. It was a big deal because they released DeepSeek and just fucking put it out there for free. Okay? So DeepSeek was this crazy powerful model that's just as good as these guys. And instead of saying, hey, we're going to make our own app and you can use our app and pay us $20 a month to use it. Instead, they were like, just fucking use it for whatever you want. And the crazy thing about that is by putting it out into the open and making it free, and anybody can just download it onto their computer and run it. Yeah, Mistral's another one. These closed source companies, ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, they now have a lot of competitive pressure to open up their models and to not have total control over them, right? Because if any person can just download DeepSeek and run it on their computer, why would you pay for one of these? If any company or startup on Earth can just put DeepSeek on a bunch of computers and run a whole cluster and offer a competitor to ChatGPT at a quarter of the price, ChatGPT cannot sit there and try to control the market anymore. So I think open source is extremely good at preventing certain companies from consolidating all the power, right? And I think the fact that China came out with this model basically completely destroyed any pretense that we as Americans could control all of the AI market and the governments could control it and the tech leaders could control it. That is gone. That is not a reality that will exist, because people are just going to keep making open source models that are just as good or almost as good and completely demolish the business model where they control everything themselves and have total control. Given that open source is proliferating, and given that countries are incentivized to open source models in order to remove power from competing, like China is going to be incentivized to release models open source to stop our models from being the dominant leader. Because of that, I think open source is going to continue to be incredibly influential. And because of that, I don't think the AI companies will ever have total control. I think that given the nature of global dynamics, countries are incentivized to make the models as good as possible. And if you are below the current leaders, you're incentivized to make your stuff open source because that undermines the leaders. And that means people are just going to keep leapfrogging each other with open source models. And I think it's very unlikely that AI will remain closed off and controlled. And that means when we think about all people in humanity benefiting from things like AI technology, I don't think it's ever going to be controlled. I don't think ChatGPT is going to be able to go into Nigeria and be like, hey, bitches, pay us like $200 a month for our stuff. Because no, they can download DeepSeek and do it off that. Yeah. And you don't have to open up open source, but it seems very, very likely to me that open source will continue to be a dominant player in AI. There's a lot of indicators for that. So this is what I believe is the strongest argument that it will not all be consolidated with tech oligarchs or whatever.
I'm a meteorologist and we've been worried computers would replace us since the 1970s. They just helped our jobs. Also, we use I/ML daily. We know we can use AI to benefit the environment despite its initial green cost.
There's a lot of good stuff that's going to happen. By the way, really quick, is that argument land? Like, I just want to, you don't have to agree with me, but like what I just explained about open source, because that I think is incredibly important to the dynamic and the direction of all of AI on a high level. I just want to make sure I explained at least my thinking on a reasonable basis. Okay, it lands, yeah. You don't have to agree with me. I just want to make sure I made my point reasonably well. Okay. Because I wasn't listening, lol. Okay, well, I don't care if you weren't listening. That's not the point. Somebody asked why I don't agree with you, but it makes sense. Yeah. Somebody, which is fine. Somebody asked why I don't use the open source models. Because right now, I have a better experience with ChatGPT, and I also I'm already set up to use ChatGPT. There is no benefit for me to use DeepSeek right now. I am fine paying $20 to OpenAI to use ChatGPT. So I'm okay with that. But the point is that this is an option. If ChatGPT ever started doing something that I felt was extremely unethical or extremely threatening to people's basic rights and values, then I would have the option of moving to DeepSeek and it would not destroy my business, right? Yeah, technically $200 a month. So to me, it's worth it right now. But the point is that this puts competitive pressure on OpenAI. They have to offer a good product at a competitive price because of the pressure of DeepSeek. Yeah.
You say AI will greatly benefit disadvantaged people. They said the same about the internet, but social inequality has not greatly improved in 30 years. Why is AI different?
I mentioned this a little earlier. I think broadly you can say that people's lives have improved over the past 30 years.
Hey Doug, putting aside my moral qualms with AI, I've heard that the models are running out of good content to train on, and are not advancing as much as they were. Do you see the models moving past this roadblock? If so, how?
I basically mentioned that earlier. It's the difference between a massive amount of data or specialized data, and that is a question. I don't know. That gets into like deep engineering stuff that I wouldn't have expertise on. Inequality has increased, though. Yeah. I would not say that I am knowledgeable enough about how social economics have changed in the past 30 years to debate that. I think that the world is a better place now versus 30 years ago. I think more people around the world are out of poverty. I think more people have access to opportunities that they didn't have before, to education that they didn't have before, to tools they didn't have. And I think the internet has been incredibly positive for humanity, while also introducing, obviously, a lot of problems. I mean, even the fact that you are sitting here watching me on Twitch, presumably enjoying my content, I get to do this as a job. I pay like 15 people to work for me. It's a whole team and industry. All of my peers, all of this exists because of the internet. I would argue is incredibly positive. And there's been all sorts of social things that have happened as well because of the internet. I would argue generally the world has moved in a better direction because of the internet. With the fact that we are even aware of these social economics and can talk about them on the internet in a democratic society, I think is largely enabled by the internet. We don't just have to like listen to the nightly news to do whatever. Only 4K viewers. Yeah, I fell off. Nobody cares anymore. They've realized they don't like the internet. Yeah, I mean, I don't, obviously I'm just ranting, which is fine. Also, my stream keeps crashing, and also, fuck it, whatever.
Would you be into the idea that someday we will have robot friends or family?
Somebody said
even?
You're still hate
Just
watching.
Imagine them walking around getting to work like us. I think it would be interesting like in the movies.
That'll happen soon-ish, I think. I don't think, to be clear, I don't think anybody here is hate watching, and I know I am saying some things that go against some of the, I don't know, the things that people feel very emotionally strongly about, right? So I do want to be clear, even if I am describing things in a way that feels antagonistic, I do believe that everybody here is coming from a good place, that we want the same things, which is people on Earth to have a better life. Like, that's what I want. And I do genuinely believe that's what other people want. And we just disagree on how to get there. And that's all. So even if you strongly disagree with me, I don't think you hate me, and I do not hate you, to be clear. Except Luca, who runs the Clips channel, is hate watching, apparently. Yo, Sosin Binder Johnny, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. Appreciate it. Like, for example, sorry to the socialists here. I don't think socialism is good. But I also believe every person. I've had plenty of respectful conversations with people who are very passionate about socialism. And I think we're all coming from the same spot. Like, nobody who is into socialism doesn't, like, they all want the world to be better and more equal and have more opportunity for people. I also want that. We just have different ideas on what's the most effective way to get there, right? And I think if you acknowledge that shared goal, it becomes much less intense. Whereas, you know, a lot of people on the internet are just very, just so aggressive, and I just don't think that's a good. I don't think that's a productive way of approaching anything. I'm socialist and I want evil. Okay. Yeah.
I respectfully disagree on your idea of consciousness, but I understand your angle. Alright, by Duggar Hot.
Thank you. If it helps at all, here's a picture of a brain.
Hey Doug. You talked about where you see I in 30 years. Where do you see I in 5 years?
Man, it's hard to tell. I don't know. I think that a lot of what I described in the next 10 years is probably going to be happening in the next 5 years.
I'm sorry, Doug,
but just in a less mature form.
When things of scale and complexity, it transcends its components. Life is just molecules, but it is more than just a chemical solution. I might not be alive, but it is definitely capable of being more than just a math equation.
I am totally open to that line of thinking, by the way. I don't feel strongly that AI is not alive. I do feel strongly that it is a math equation. Do you think that AI is alive? Let's say alive, conscious, something like that. Let's say right now. And I think most people would agree with me. But I would not be surprised if in the next 5 to 10 years, the number of people who think that it is alive and conscious increases a lot, even though somebody like me will probably continue to think that it's just a math equation. But I don't know. Neuro is close in a lot of ways. Yeah, okay, here's another question. Do you think that Neurosama is alive and conscious? Right? I mean, there's already more people voting yes, and maybe some of those are a meme, but some of them probably aren't, right? And the fact that she feels so real and has developed a personality, which is still a math equation, but has developed a personality that you can relate to, that feels human. It makes sense that people would start to feel like, wait, this is actually verging on something that's alive and conscious, right? But I'd say it's just interesting. That is a much, to me, I try to stay very grounded in like what will make things better. I'm very like utilitarian person. And so whether or not we say that an AI is alive doesn't change anything in my opinion. It's just it's just semantics. I'm much more interested in like what are the mechanics of how we make people's lives better with AI. That's where I'm like particularly passionate. So I'm more than willing to be wrong on the nature of consciousness when it comes to AI.
Hey Doug, what do you think could be done to protect women against high risks? There have already been incidents of school-aged girls having their images transformed inappropriately. Also, the bulk of AI-induced job losses will affect women without college degrees because women disproportionately populate the entry-level jobs likely to be most affected by automation.
My sense is broadly it's going to come down to the same kind of questions of can we use AI to fight against AI? Like, for example, yeah, have you looked into Grok? Is that last part true? I don't know. I don't know enough about the, differences in gender distribution on jobs. I think for the most part, what I would lean towards is that we need to build and develop and support AIs that protect people, right? If AIs are going to do negative things to people, I think we can make AIs that are good. You know, it's worth remembering most people on Earth don't commit crimes. And so we have these tools in place to stop them. It's the reason, in theory, we have police, right? It's like to stop the fucking people from committing crimes or punish them or whatnot, right? And so that's what we as a society have already done. We build in systems like the FBI or police or whatever in order to protect people against things. Does the police system work really well all the time? No, not really. But like, it actually does work a lot of the time. And even the presence of the police stops a lot of crime from happening in the first place, because there is, in theory, this level of punishment in a system that is there to prevent it. So I think probably something similar will happen in a lot of our society, that there will be like kind of AI systems that are in place in order to punish and make it illegal to go and use AI to harm other people. That's, I think, the core. I don't see another way that it moves forward. I just don't, or I don't see how, again, you can't, the genie's out of the bottle. We're not stopping AI. There is no way that happens. So in my opinion, the only way to stop it, the only way to protect people, is to use AI to protect people and assume that more people are good than bad. And I believe that. I believe most people are good. And even if 10% of our society is vile criminals, I think the 90% of people can team up and mostly shut down the 10%. I would like to believe that, and I do. That's an unnecessarily long way of saying that's what I think, but...
I can't get excited about AI because all I see are the numbers of people that will be out of work due to their jobs being replaced by automation. In a country where people don't care when other people lose their jobs and there is no social safety net to account for it.
Yes. AI is going to cause a lot of social disruption over the next 10 years. And I don't know how...
There is also a model of human consciousness based on the fact that our brains are compartmentalized and node-based that reduces the human brain to a bunch of unconnected systems that happen to work together and output what we consider consciousness. Spooky stuff.
Weird. When the any 10%ers in chat.
But does I know why kids love the taste of cinnamon toast crunch?
No, let's ask it.
Great presentation. I wish I could be so optimistic. I see endless potential for further entrenching imbalances of power. The most powerful will get the best models, with which they'll continue cementing their positions, while we get scraps. Open source models are the only hope, but I fear they'll forever be behind proprietary models that we get kneecapped versions of.
Yeah.
Love you, Doug. Bye-bye.
Yeah, so I basically said what you said. I think there's a number of good things to indicate that open source will continue to be very, very strong and will continue to be very influential. So I have my open source thing. Yeah, let's get this really helpful diagram. So one of the funny things, so again, there's open source models, meaning that they put the code out there or they put the model out there so that anybody can run it on their computer, okay? And that means that it's not controlled by anybody. Once it's out in the world, right now, on Earth, you know what's terrifying? DeepSeek is an open source model by China. If somebody figures out how to get DeepSeek to tell them to make a bioweapon, there is no way to stop that. If that happens, this model is out in the world and will exist forever, and people can use it to do that forever. If they find some horrible use of DeepSeek that fucks everybody over, that can't be stopped. By comparison, if ChatGPT turns out to have some way to, it gives you, you can figure out how to make it, give you instructions to make a bomb or a bioweapon, or tell it to go harass somebody repeatedly on the internet, ChatGPT can be shut down immediately and controlled by OpenAI to change stuff, right? There's a tiny orange dot. Yeah, you're gonna have to get used to the dot, sorry. Just don't look right at the dot, okay? It's not that big of a deal. So the concern would be that the people doing closed source models continue to get better and better, and the open source ones don't. So like DeepSeek is going to fall farther behind. So these guys are consolidating all of the power. These guys are falling behind. One of the funny things, I don't know how I feel about this. I think it's not very ethical. But one of the things that DeepSeek did, which is again China's new model that came out like a month or two ago, and is incredibly good. is that it trained itself on ChatGPT. So it just used OpenAI's model and all of their tech to ask it a bunch of questions, got the responses, and then trained itself on them. So it just trained itself to be like ChatGPT. And this is not allowed in the terms of service, by the way. You cannot do that. That's illegal. ChatGPT says that. You can't use you cannot, when you use this, it says terms of service. You can't use our stuff to make your own model. And China does not give a fuck. So they're just doing it anyways. And again, this is one of those things of like, if nations are incentivized to beat the others and to never fall too far behind, they aren't gonna be the ones who, they aren't gonna give a shit, man. They won't fucking care. So there's a lot of indicators, I think, that that open source models are going to continue to be very, very influential. Yeah, China's not too big on copyright. They're more of a, like, if it benefits China, that's good. If it doesn't benefit China, that's bad. I'm not going to pretend to know that much about China, but copyright is not that important.
Hey, hi. You mentioned large numbers of people having their jobs yanked by AI, and I am driving drunk in the 80s, so I missed which sectors you probably mentioned over 30 TTS ago. What are the top few jobs/careers you see to be in the most danger?
Truck driving is going to be gone. I think there's going to be a lot of entry-level white-collar jobs. So, for example, being a paralegal. There's not going to be a lot of paralegals left. There's already AI tools that can do most of the paralegals' work. I think it's a lot of like entry-level stuff that's just information management. A lot of customer service. A lot of like, if you just analyzed data, administrative work. Even a lot of like accounting and things like that. There's gonna be a lot of information processing jobs that are going to be removed. Accounting, QAs to some degree, but I mean the easiest thing is like if it involves creativity, you're mostly safe because these tools aren't very creative. Like ultimately, a human directing the AI is what makes it good. So, but if your job is entirely just you are given instructions, you process data, and then you return it, and your job is designed to be a cog in a machine that is replaceable, which many jobs are designed to do that, that's the most threatened type of job. Because if your job is designed in a way where it's not about your individual input, and instead it's just about going through the motions of something, that is what AI is good at, right? So the more you bring individual input and creativity and contributions to a job, the safer you are. The more you simply just follow orders, the more danger you're in. Yeah. I'm not saying that's good, but that's where I think it's probably going.
Hey Doug. On the topic of what makes consciousness, I think I'd set the minimum requirements as being capable to set personal goals for their own self-improvement without prompting from an external force. What are your thoughts on using that standard? Thanks.
I like the idea of that.
3.
I mean, that would make these models not intelligent because it is not self-aware.
We have something in common with a dog. Consciousness, and I is attempting to replicate a different part of us, a sort of pseudo-consciousness.
Do you think AI will replace D-face miners? Where do I get your pen? Just on Amazon, just search pen
Generative
spinning pen.
AI is content theft. It's just chewing up the 26 letters I used to write this and spitting them out in a different order.
I think that is oversimplifying things quite a bit. Personally. Is that a bust or CYL
Doug,
pen? I don't know.
Regarding the stream crashing, I believe it's caused by the OBS WebSockets getting stuck in the handshake loop. If your bitrate matrix isn't aligned with the tunneling transformers paradox, it can cause crashes. Try getting a new graphics card.
Don't think that's true, but appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know what brand. This is like the #1 result if you search pen spinning pen.
Creativity is one of our greatest
or at least it
strengths
was
as
when
humans.
I bought it. I'm not sure.
It's not about AI being worse than other industries, rather that our culture is being eroded by machine output. I am heavily for AI tools, but the current path seems to be replacement.
I disagree. I mean, yes and no. That's going to happen a lot, for sure. And I also think that what I am seeing in my life is people for whom they are becoming more efficient and more productive and making more stuff because of AI. It's enabling people to do more, like most technology tools do. And I think that is probably how the vast majority of people will use AI, even though there's definitely going to be a lot of just shitty jobs just getting axed entirely. Okay, rich guy. It's not based on money. It's based on every creative person I've talked to, every person running a business, every person has to deal with emails. Like, I'm not saying every single person uses AI, but I'm saying everybody who tries it is finding ways that it makes their life easier and better. It's not that they go and fire people immediately. It's that they find things in their life that they never really enjoyed doing that much that they're now able to do incredibly quickly.
Sorry if my last TTS was too mean or demanding. I enjoy chatting with Copilot about strange topics and look forward to the day I could fit one in my pocket, separate from a server. You have done a great job of helping me be more comfortable with AI and helped show how it can be useful to me as a random person. Great for help understanding Windows programming. Currently the most useful industry that is being optimized with AI is biology and chemistry research. An AI can run through billions of gene sequences and chemical combinations a second, compared to a human delay of seeing then understanding.
Yeah. Biology, I mean, one of the biggest arguments for the benefits of AI is that I think it's going to cure most diseases.
One way I can assist developing nations on the individual level is making access to knowledge easy, since they largely remove the language barrier. Yes. There are a lot of problems we take for granted being able to just Google the solution for.
You know what's crazy? In like a year, we're going to have, we're going to have glasses that just do live translation for us. It's going to be so sick. You just go to any country and the glasses will just live translate, or whatever, you know, ear pods or whatever. Like supposedly AirPods are looking into that. I mean, that's like the universal translator. That is very, very close. That's in the next couple of years. It sounds super expensive. Well, I have good news for you. You can right now go buy a Meta Ray-Bans, which is their things, and there's now like a beta to have it translate with Spanish. There's already apps that do this online. So this is happening right now, and it's dirt cheap, which is fucking awesome, dude. Oh my God. And like, it's not just for us, you know, getting to go be tourists or whatever. Diamonds, thank you so much for 10 more gifted subs. Appreciate it. But like, imagine that a person from Somalia who is able to travel to a part of Europe and is actually able to talk with everybody instantly. Like, that's a massive equalizer in people around the world having opportunities. That's crazy, man. I just, there's so many use cases that I hear it and I'm just like, holy shit, this is the type of thing that but massively undoes so much of the disadvantages that many people around the world deal with. Sellout ad. I actually did buy one and I haven't opened it. I bought one of the, once I learned that it's going to have the AI language stuff, I was like, ooh, I want to try that. And I bought it, and it's been sitting on my table, and I haven't used it. I don't really know if that's a hashtag ad, because I'm not telling you how it is or anything. But,
I just got here is AI witchcraft.
Yes. Yes. The summary is AI is witches.
Hey, Doug. But don't you need dumb answers or data to actually be more relatable or human? A real human is not smart with knowledge of everything. Humans have a subset of knowledge. Like, in a way, limiting an AI knowledge makes them more human.
Yeah,
does that make sense? What normal person knows the works of Bach or how nuclear power works?
Yeah, it's strange, man. There are so many questions about what it means to be human. I don't know. I don't know his answer.
Fact is basically just that AI is everywhere, but is never called that until recently because once people understand it, they think it's not real AI, and two, because until recently, investors would get scared of it. Teresa Fun Wiki article.
Yeah. Again, I did not do a great job of differentiating between transformers and every other type of AI.
An example of AI changing the efficiency of systems is me and my friend are currently developing an AI that can streamline the process of housing help through not only taking into account homelessness but also other factors that contribute like unemployment and addiction, which will point people in the correct direction to get their life back together.
Yeah,
the
that's
only
great.
issue I am having is collecting data to actually train the AI appropriately.
So interesting thing there. I have a friend of mine who's doing a startup where the idea is they're trying to connect people who want to buy small businesses with people who are selling small businesses. So we're not talking about like some massive fucking Wall Street quant. We're talking about like a person who is like, you know what? I've saved up $50,000. I want to try to buy like a Baskin Robbins or like an ice cream shop or this mechanical shop, right? These are like everyday middle class people buying and selling businesses. But right now that's very hard to do. And so the idea is that this is a business that's going to allow people to, on a online portal, actually like find businesses that are for sale or sell businesses. So make it way easier for people to, connect and actually transfer businesses to each other. I think it'd be a very good thing if it works out. So one of the things they've done is like after doing a lot of this by hand of connecting people manually and going through the process manually, they've saved up this information about what a good experience for somebody who wants to sell their small business or buy a small business. Like what does the process actually look like when it's good? And then they can use that data to train an AI, and an AI can now match people really effectively, right? So I think for something like what you're describing, what you want to do is probably do it a lot yourself at first, gather a lot of data about what has worked well with connecting homeless people with homes. And then from there, you can start to feed that information to an AI. Then the AI starts helping people. And then you figure out, okay, the AI helped 10 people. Who did it help that it really actually worked well and benefited them? Who did it not help? And then you keep refining it from there. So that's probably what you do.
If small, high-quality sets of training data are the goal, can I feed the Federalist Papers to ChatGPT and make Alexandroid Hamilton?
I mean, you can, kind of, yes. You can fine-tune a model right now on that. If that's literally all you give it, it's probably not going to be very smart.
Are putting AI everywhere right now, and at some point they are going to scale it back to the only profitable areas. Don't want AI art to be profitable, don't buy it and invest in local artists.
Yeah. I don't know how it's going to go. It'll be interesting. When will he play a game?
Hi Doug, my father-in-law is using ChatGPT to read his blood work and come up with a personalized workout and diet routine that caters to his allergies and that best help him recover from a heart attack. By Doug, I love you, Duke Doa.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be really beneficial for a lot of medical fields.
You do realize all of the societal and infrastructural and logistical issues surrounding IR, like the entire problem with AI, right? You totally glossed over the most concerning aspects of this topic. That bad transition phase you briefly mentioned is where societal collapse would occur. Downplaying these issues is going to give people the wrong idea and make these problems worse. Should probably reflect on that more, man.
Let me think of how to respond to that. I think the point of this presentation is to try to explain how this stuff works, not to explain what exactly it's going to do on a negative, how it's going to affect society negatively. I also think that most of the dialogue, as evidenced by your message there, is all about the downsides of AI. That is primarily the discussion that I hear on Twitch and YouTube in like our circles. And particularly like in our generation, most people seem to have a highly negative, view of AI. And so I think that what I'm trying to do is highlight the positives that will happen, not deeply dive into the doomer mindset. I won't say doomer. The negatives that I think people are already discussing deeply. So twofold. Societal collapse is kind of wild. So look, there's an argument that the amount of disruption that AI will cause in the next 10 to 20 years is going to like cause society to collapse and we'll all die in nuclear war before AI can benefit us in all these ways. I don't think that is going to happen. I think it will be a hard transition, but we've gone through this a number of times as a society before with technology. But that's just that's a really big, deep conversation that was not the point of this particular presentation. I am not trying to downplay the amount of pain that will happen, but I am trying to focus on a certain element of the conversation.
Hey Doug, I love using AI, but the environmental impacts of them are worrying. Shouldn't it be regulated to prevent the faster death of our planet?
I mentioned this earlier. I personally do not think that... But you know what? I shouldn't say that.
I just got here is AI witchcraft.
It's a witch! My understanding, which is not deep enough to really dive into this, is that the amount of AI power used by AI is not as dramatic as people think compared to other elements of our society that we already do. For example, it'd be a lot more important to electrify all cars on the road, or to like switch to, you know, if we can find a way to do synthetic meat, or we're not having cows farting all the time, that would be really beneficial. More so, I think the important question is, how do we generate energy sustainably and renewably in a way that doesn't hurt the climate? Rather than saying, this is how much energy we currently have, too much of it is being used by AI. I think the better question is, how do we make the amount of energy that is available way, way, way bigger? And I would argue AI will get us there faster. This is the same point I made a little bit earlier.
Some examples of net positives
if we just put
so
a butt
far.
plug in the
My
cows.
sister with cerebral palsy uses AI for an income as a teacher's assistant. I use AI for very important cyber security functions that can't be done by a human. Games with better NPCs are more fun.
Dude, there's so many positives of AI already happening, and they're going to accelerate. There are also tons of downsides. They both exist.
I just got here is AI witchcraft.
Yes, AI is witches. What do you want to hear? How many... Yeah, it's a witch. It's one witch. It is one
Hey Doug,
big witch.
On the topic of LLMs improving our society, what are your thoughts on using generative AI to write furry erotica? Have you experimented with furry erotica on chat?
I haven't.
Claude? Is it better than furry erotica written by humans? See you in court.
I haven't. I don't feel like I have the expertise to comment on that yet.
How can I break my handcuffs if I don't have the strength?
What? All right, I hope that one guy who's asking for games is happy.
My big issue with things like AI finding cures and fixing things is that it doesn't change human behavior. Like Ozempic, people take it and lose weight, but they don't change their behavior, so they remain very unhealthy and sometimes start doing more unhealthy things because they just think they can take some extra pills and I'll be fine. Doctors always say fix your lifestyle, not just take the meds.
Porque no los dos. I think we can have AI tools and medicines that make people's lives better while also working to encourage people to live a healthy life. I still think curing cancer is good, even if it requires somebody to change their life. I've had enough family members die of cancer that I want a world where AI cures cancer or Alzheimer's, which is also a lot of my family has had. So that's the world I want. And I'm okay if some people have their cancer cured and their lifestyle kind of sucks. So you know, again, it's not, I do want to be clear, at nothing that I am saying do I believe is this black and white, good versus evil, it is good or it is bad. You're right, everything is going to have downsides, but I think on net, overall, there's going to be more positives than negatives. I think on net, Ozempic is a good thing, as far as we can tell right now. I have people I know in my life who finally, after like a lifetime of being obese, have lost weight on it. And yes, they also needed to do these other lifestyle changes. But man, don't you want that as an option? I feel like people should have that option. And for a lot of those people, like, being obese is so bad for you. Holy shit, man. And like, I just feel like we want to have as many options as possible, you know? That's what I want.
Silly idea here, but you should have 2 AI characters in a rap battle like ERB. You could have people like Genghis Khan versus Leonardo DiCaprio. Seems like fun.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, that could be funny. It's funny. I'm not laughing at the idea. I'm laughing at, like,
Unrelated,
it's all these questions about consciousness and societal collapse.
The guy who solves problems that no one has started explaining problems we currently have. Anyway, keep it up, Doug. Bald.
Yeah. I mean, as you can probably tell, I am very, 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 very passionate about this stuff. I think this is going to change the world in a major and mostly positive way.
To pure capitalist societies. People have escaped poverty in the US, but that is largely because we have systems in place to provide safety nets and help disadvantaged people to escape that poverty. The anger against the bootstraps idea is largely because certain groups try to lobby against those social programs because poor people should pick themselves up by the bootstraps instead of benefiting from our tax dollars.
That is a much bigger question. I think that there's a spectrum, and that it is not simply you are helpless or you need absolutely nothing, you should do it all yourself. I think we should land somewhere in the middle. And often the verbiage that people use seems to be, we are completely helpless, and I disagree with that idea. That's what I'm trying to express there. I don't know that it's worth diving into that super deeply beyond that, because now we're just talking about capitalism and society and lots of other stuff. But that's what I would attempt to express. And I know a lot of people in my own life who have dramatically improved their own life and situations, and it wasn't because of government subsidies. So I can't ignore the enormous amount of evidence in front of me that I think people do have a lot more agency than maybe they're led to believe at times. But it is a spectrum, absolutely. I don't think social programs are bad, to be clear. Not at all. Like, I would rather we have socialized medicine, for example. Why did you take the bait?
The overwhelming
people are just really
promotion of
passionate about this
negativity
for obvious reasons.
internet
It's a big
has
deal.
put down a lot of the positivity resources like I can provide, which isn't to say criticism is not invalid, but it's quite disheartening to see.
Look, I'm gonna BFR. Probably one of the biggest incentives for me doing this podcast is because I want to be a voice that tries to advocate for the good that can come from these technologies. And I know a lot of people don't agree with that. A lot of people just think it's all bad and are frustrated with how society functions right now and feel pessimistic about the future and feel pessimistic about, even if a new technology is going to be really powerful, then it's mostly just going to be, the benefits are just going to go to a small number of people. And I get that. And I want to also advocate for what I think is going to be really positive, and hopefully we push in that direction. And I would rather that we collectively are like, there's a lot of good and there's a lot of bad, and let's make sure we're pushing towards the good as much as possible, rather than just being a doomer and saying everything fucking sucks. It seems like so much of the dialogue around new technology nowadays is AI bad, technology bad, everything bad, government bad, everything sucks. And I understand why people would feel that way, but I would like to at least make an argument that there is positive things going on, and let's try to highlight those and push towards them while eliminating as many downsides as possible. That's what I believe in deeply. That's what I want. That's not to say I think I'm going to change the world. Obviously, no, I'm not. But I would like to be a voice that is expressing that, because I don't think it helps anybody to just get mired in depression around all the negatives that do exist, absolutely. But instead, we should acknowledge and hold both of those things and then fight for the good stuff. That's what I want. So anyway.
Hey Doug, CIA here. Your pro-capitalist propaganda check will be in the mail.
Thank you. Thank you.
A cool thing to think about, Google about, is the nifty consequences we learned about human brains due to our use of corpus callosectomies to cure seizures. Turns out there are a lot of different compartments in the brain that process stimulus totally independently and then just pass the info on to other parts without having any idea what the others are doing. I don't think I is alive, but the parallels and consequences are cool.
Wild. I didn't know what most of that meant. Also, that was a sick peggle shot. Pog.
If they are alive or not does not matter to me. If it can keep a conversation with me, then I am happy. If it is actually alive or not, that is too much thinking for me. Like you said, therapy can work with AI.
Oh, good shot. Oh my god, I'm fucking nuts right now. Yeah, I mean, I think it's how most people will feel about AI.
I don't think the AI we actually have is conscious, but the argument that it's just a math equation is silly. All computers do is math, but if you understand the idea of Turing completeness, which I assume you do, you'd agree that theoretically, with incomprehensible amounts of memory and computational power, we could just simulate a human brain.
Okay,
that
but
would still be just
a math equation.
But to say it wouldn't be conscious is just silly.
I don't think it's silly. I am correct technically. It's technically a math equation.
I know this Techno Tuesday was about how I works, but to lighten the conversation, what is your opinion on the Third Amendment?
Oh my God.
I want to be a three-day
Okay,
fanatic.
do not get me started on that. Do you guys want to get into it? We can get into it, dude. If you want, man. Oh boy. Okay. What is the Third Amendment? It's the quartering of soldiers. Yeah, I think that's good. Or bad? Dude, you know what? We're saving that for another stream. That's too big of a topic.
Another thing about AI is humor. They don't have to be alive to be funny. Even though they are math equations.
But it's a funny math equation.
Sam is alive.
Hold on,
because of us. Sam 145.
Let's lighten the mood for a second and stop talking about societal collapse and social inequality. Am I crazy for saying that it's just a math equation? It is literally that, to be clear. I am correct. But is that an unfair thing to say? I feel like that's a legitimate thing to say. It's like a really interesting perspective on it, which is say, even though it's really creative and can answer all these cool things, it's a math equation. It is fair, it's not fair, maybe and no. Opinions on the 11th Amendment. I don't know. It's more stupid than math. You're insane. It's linear algebra. It's unfair because you can reduce anything to a math equation without enough data. We're not a math equation, though. We aren't. We're a big bag of meat that has electricity in it. That's not a math equation. What I mean is, like, it's literally an algebra equation that you can write out in a formula. If we figured out the formula for our brains of how we work, then maybe I would agree. But we don't. We don't know what it is. We don't know what make a plant. What are a cow? We don't know. What brain is? We don't know. You can't make it into an equation. It is literally a Python equation, kind of. At a high level, it's Python. That's because we're stupid. I feel like it's a legitimate thing. Saying it's just a math equation is obviously oversimplifying it, kind of, but it's correct, and that's the point, which is to say, hey, this feels big and magical and scary, but technically it's just math. It's math calculating a thing. Couldn't you simulate every atom of a human and make an equation out of that? But we haven't done that. What I'm saying is right now, this is an equation that we as humans made, and that feels different than an equation that, as a Christian virgin streamer, God made and brought into this world, or the Big Bang, or whatever the fuck made us. I don't know. But like, you know, it's different than we wrote Python code. There's like a guy in San Francisco who wrote Python code to do math. Like, that's what, I don't know. Maybe it's just because I'm imagining this, because I've lived in San Francisco and I've been near these guys, and I can imagine the guy who's sitting at his desk writing the math, and I'm like, he made an equation. He just made an equation that we're all talking to now. You know what I mean? I mean, yes, you could simulate every atom, except you can't, because we can't currently do that. We can currently make an AI as a math equation.
Well, I kinda said the same thing twice, because I thought the first one got lost. Sorry.
No, I appreciate it, Cade. You have some great insight to this. I very much appreciate it. I'm late. Can you start from the beginning? Diamonds a waste. Thank you for the 2,000 bits. Something is telling me my code accidentally forces you to say 300 bits.
Consciousness is a hard subject because we can also be considered a math equation. We all learn to live through experiences. I was just fed those experiences at a faster rate, but then again, can a parent be compared to a programmer at this point?
I don't know, man. I don't know. This is a high-level philosophy. Maybe I'm just an asshole.
Isn't it hypocritical?
It just sounds like, it just feels like an equation.
DeepSeek for training on ChatGPT outputs when ChatGPT itself trains on copyrighted material?
Yes, it is. Which is why it's all funny. It's a funny drama that DeepSeek is stealing from ChatGPT.
If we build an AI system that can evolve and build new AI systems...
Yo, sounds good, Crafted. Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Do you think that could be possible, and how would we prevent something like that from causing harm?
Yeah, that's one of the cool things that might kill us all. To be clear, there's a decent chance we all die because of AI. Like, pretty good, actually. Pretty good chance. Like, I think probably we're going towards utopia or oblivion. I don't know if there's a ton of in between to be FR with you. Can you add another orange dot? What was the question? Oh, AIs that improve AIs. That's the scary thing. If you hook up an AI to control the whole system, and then you have an AI on top of that controls the AI and improves it, what will happen? We don't know. Maybe it'll kill everybody. We don't know. I mean, we'll find out is the answer.
Will
yeah, that
I be
part's
able to
scary.
Pull up my bootstraps for me? Asking for a friend.
Yeah. We're gonna automate bootstraps.
I feel like people don't understand just how far removed neurons in eye are from neurons in the brain. In eye, they take in signals, apply a weight, and output a signal to all connections, layer by layer. In the brain, there are thousands of other cells facilitating neuron interaction called glia, no hard separation of intra/interlayer connection, and importantly a neuron's output and which connections it outputs on is conditional on many complex chemical interactions.
I knew some of those words.
An interesting take I have heard and believe I agree with is that if a human can be influenced by looking at others' artwork, what is the difference with eye looking at art for inspiration?
Yeah, that's a whole thing. We've discussed this somewhat on stream in the past, so I'm not going to rehash that here. But that is an argument.
LLMs are helping with
it's
research
not a popular
they
argument,
can read
but it
through
is an
existing
argument.
data and find patterns and connections it would take humans years to do the same. A specialized Gemini model was able to infer a novel biology research conclusion in a couple days by just reading a bunch of research papers and reasoning about them.
There's a lot of evidence that scientific breakthrough is going to like really, really speed up. The science and materials breakthrough, I think, is going to be so good thanks to AI.
Yes, I think that there will be some serious downsides, but I do really think I will open some jobs. People are ignoring facts because of fucking movies.
Yes. There will be a lot of new industries and a lot of new jobs created because of AI. Absolutely, yes.
I get what you're saying, Doug, about AI being good and the downsides being sort of secondary. The downsides of AI are capitalism being accelerated, but if and when you get over the very difficult hill, AI lets you get rid of the need for human labor for society to function and removed from capitalism. That's an amazing thing.
Yeah, I think in the utopian world where AI solves all these problems, we move towards a more socialist society, most likely, is what I would suspect. But that's like way long distance stuff. I don't think capitalism ending is happening anytime soon, personally.
Hey Doug, already AI is being used in schools and colleges in good and bad ways. The reality is that AI will never go away. Do you think that kids should be taught how to use AI properly in schools?
Absolutely.
Also, I personally don't think I can be human in any way because us as humans don't even know how our brains work.
Yeah, I think education is going to be transformed pretty dramatically because of
Philosophy
AI,
major
and mostly
here.
In a good way.
There is a field on consciousness made up
a
of
whole other
philosophers,
giant
neurobiologists,
I think there's
and
too much to dive into.
and is very much in its infancy. All theories have basically nothing concrete to back it up, and we literally have no idea how consciousness works. But Emo, I can't be conscious without inherently changing the physics of the eye. You can't really say, oh hey, the eye is so-and-so behavior, therefore it's conscious. Look up field of neurophilosophy for more info.
Dude, being a philosophy major probably rips right now, because AI adds so much discussion. Like, dude, picture it, right?
I think like a lot of things in life, there is a middle ground for this issue and the answer isn't flashy or quick. Things like this need to be discussed without people clinging to the extremes on both ends.
That is my whole being, is that right there. That's what I want. That's what I want. Dude, if you're a philosophy major, right? Yeah, okay, somebody already beat me to the joke in chat. But it's, dude, it's like literally 2,000 years ago, you had Socrates, and he like sets the high score, and then a new patch drops. And then it's like there's this wildly new area to discuss with philosophy. And like now, somebody can beat the high score probably. They can beat Socrates or whatever.
I am with you. You may be a pure evil guy and brainwashed thousands today. But I don't care, you have changed my way of looking at it in the last few weeks.
Interesting, okay. Yeah, and I'm not trying to convince anybody that they're wrong. I'm just trying to convince people
As
that
an accountant,
to at least
adoption
consider
is going
other
to do for everyone
angles.
what
That's
Microsoft Excel did for us in the 80s. A lot of good, a little bad, but extremely transformative in the long run.
I think that is going to be what happens. That's been true of every technology that's happened in modern society. And I believe that will be here.
I just got here that petrochemicals is the worst industry for energy. Maybe we can use AI to figure out how to not use so many petrochemicals. Also, to the Ozempic thing. Drugs like that and antidepressants and ADHD meds help you change your behaviors. Now I'm on ADHD meds, I exercise, eat well and keep my house clean. Never did that before.
Yep, I think there's a lot of arguments for drugs like that. I personally use drugs every day.
This presentation has been excellent and fair. I, too, fear but understand that Pandora's box has already been opened. It cannot be reversed. Now please explain Roko's basilisk to chat as the reason you sold out to I.
Roko's bat? I mean, do you guys want to get started? We can get into this if you want. Okay, if you want to get into this, let's do it. Buckle in. What is Roko's basilisk? Thought experiment. Wait, what? States there could be an otherwise benevolent AI in the future that would punish anyone who knew of its existence but did not directly contribute to its advancement or development in order to incentivize. It originated from a post that thought named after the poster and the Vasquez and mythical creep. There was initially dismissed potential information. Banned. Dude, I think this is too big to get into right now. Dude, we're going to have to save that for another stream. There's no way we can get into this right now. But great question.
Excuse me, Professor Doug. This is really interesting and stuff, but I was just wondering how long this stream will last because I was planning on streaming today, but I don't want to be marked absent. Also, you lied to me. You did not reply to my email, so that's super rigged, but please do let me know if you figure out the OBS issue because I keep asking Alex and he doesn't know. Alex is what my chat named himself.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with OBS. Okay, I have an idea. Oh, okay. I make a web app. And the web app, any one of you guys can log into the web app, okay? And so, hold on. So you go to the web app, and it's like, you know, Doug Dog's app or whatever. Okay. And then what you do in the app is you log in with Twitch. You log in with your Twitch account. And then you press a button that says, I can't make it to stream today. And if you can't make it to stream today, then it will automatically get all of the messages you've ever said into chat. Okay? And it will use those, and it will train an AI model of you. And then that AI model goes into my Twitch chat and talks as you for the rest of the day as though you're there. So we just have hundreds or thousands of chatters who aren't even there. It's literally viewbotting. This is the utopian future of AI, dude. We fucking did it. This would be the worst, dude. Hold on. Every time there's like a dumb comment, I would be like, wait, but is that even a human? Wait, I'd have no clue how many humans are watching me on any given moment. Oh my God, this is the dumbest idea. This would be so incredibly awful for me, but it's really funny. Oh, fuck. Because then you could give it permission to chat as you, I think. That's only chat botting. I guess that's true. I don't think it counts as a viewer. So I'll just have way more chatters than viewers. And then what's funny is, like, if my stream starts declining, right? Like, what, I have like 4,000 people watching right now. This is not a very poppin' stream, which is fine. I've had a good time. This is a good important stream. But I'll just have no idea. Like, if I'm slowly making worse and worse content, and you guys are like, I'm just not really a fan of what Doug's doing anymore, I'm just gonna mark myself absent going forward. Like, there's a button that you just, like, it's a toggle. So once you say you can't join, you're in robot mode forever. So then I'll always have the same number of viewers, and I'll never ever know if less people are watching or not. It's just such a good idea. Like, this would be a major brain fuck for me. I would just have no idea what is reality anymore, like, all the time.
Can you explain escrow to me, like I'm a really dumb 5-year-old?
Oh, dude, we can get into escrow. Has to do with a house or something. It's dead internet theory. It's a little different because you are individually making your thing and contributing it.
Take how good?
You're criticizing the AI. No. I mean, yes. I guess so, yes. I believe on net,
hey Doug,
AI very,
can you
very
summarize this presentation in Fortnite terms? Just kidding. I learned a lot from this. Thank you.
You're welcome. I hope you enjoyed or thought it was interesting or hate me now or something. I don't know. We can check out all the hate threads on r/WeHateDougDoug. Oops, I paused.
Fun fact,
Bald
if you sever
ball.
the corpus callosum, the nerves connecting the left and right hemispheres of your brain, and show each half of your body's senses different stimuli, you will get two separate answers, while the dominant side tries to justify its second different answer. You are fully two people inside one body, and the side that is not dominant is silently screaming into the void unheard until we die.
Oh, that's fun. I didn't know that. Okay, this is not I don't have the DougDoug account on Reddit, to be clear. This is fake news.
While I think technology as a tool can be a good thing, I'm of the belief that reliance on technology has and will continue to lead to the death of human critical thinking. Especially with iThinking for us.
Yeah, I don't feel confident enough to comment on that. We're really popping in the Doug hate thread.
Long time VOD watcher, first time stream watcher. What the fuck is going on? can't be the same as a real person.
Yeah, that's fair. Look, when it comes to consciousness, math equation, all this stuff, this is the type of thing where I would smoke weed and then we sit around on the couch being like, do you think that AI is real? No, man, the human brain, we're more than just math. Like, I don't know. I'm not downplaying it. It just, to me, it's just like, oh yeah, that's an interesting thought. Yeah, that's an interesting thought. Can we do that now? I feel like that's what we are doing, which is that we're not talking about the grounded utility of how to use these things. We're just talking about like, oh, that is an interesting way to consider it. And in those conversations, I don't have very much. When I'm in a weed smoking situation, I just sit there silently. I don't sit there and going like, did you guys ever consider that blah blah blah? I just don't do that. So I'm just warning you guys. Like, we're all sitting around, we're stoned, we're smoking weed, and we're watching Peggle, right? And you guys are bringing up these really interesting philosophical arguments. And I'm the type of guy who just sits there silently. I'm that guy who just sits on the couch the whole night. You know? Like, I'm not like a good contributor to the high conversation. I'm just being FR. And so if you feel like I'm not adding much, that's because I'm not. All I can do is be like, oh yeah, smoke some weed. I don't wanna.
NPR told me that I is getting affected with anxiety and depressions when pressed with certain topics, and then can be helped with stress relief exercises. Are we building towards a human brain accidentally?
I do not think that is an accurate way to describe what is going on with AI. I think that they made an AI say things that sound like that, but it doesn't have anxiety. It is a math equation.
Your point in the first LEM stand about people spending time watching streamers instead of hanging out with friends after COVID, which is why I've spent $15 talking with a streamer instead of leaving the house.
Hey, you and I are real friends. Don't let them tell you otherwise. You and me...
Do you think high development focuses too much on STEM fields and not enough on ethics/philosophy? Feels like we need more humanities guiding its growth too. Society feels too STEM-centric now, and technology has always grown hand in hand with humanities.
Okay. I'm going to sound like an asshole to some of you guys, okay? I'm warning you. I am more of an engineering type of brain. I want things to be visualized and clear and grounded, and if it's not, I get frustrated, and I want it to be. You could argue that I'm autistic sounding, and apparently I'm autistic passing, but not actually autistic. But that's how my brain works. I want everything to be this like concrete thing that is grounded and makes sense, and I think that's the most important thing. And so when I was in college, I hated every time I had to do a class that wasn't about like learning to do a thing. I wanted to learn stuff. Here's how you do it. That's why I liked the programming classes, and I hated the class where I learned about Pacific Islander anthropology. Do I hate the Pacific Islander people? No. Do I think that their bones aren't worth studying? No, they probably are. In fact, they definitely are for FR. But do I care? No, I don't give a fuck, because I want to go make things and actually make a difference. And so I am biased in that direction. So when I think about should the companies focus more on making the AIs more capable and doing good things for people right now, like helping somebody to code better or to learn a new language, I think the STEM people get us there quicker rather than smoking weed and talking about ethics. Now, rationally, I know that ethics and safety are really important to this. Like, very important. I rationally know that. But my brain is biased in the, like, engineering do stuff way. That's just how I lean. So you are right. I like the direction it's going, but I also fully acknowledge that I'm in a particular camp of people. You know what I mean? You don't care about Charles Babbage. Don't even get me started on Charles Babbage, Fummy. That's too big of a subject. We're gonna get into that in another stream. We can't talk about Babbage right now. All right, let's get through these TTS and then we'll call it.
I've had some weird TTS, but I want to clarify, folks. AI is the next invention of cars or computers, but again and instant instead of slowly spreading across the land like cow farts. We haven't had instant upgrades before, but we can see a lot of ways this goes good or bad, and computers went a lot better than cars did. Detroit, I see you. Keep it up.
Yeah, I agree. I get it, though. Someone in healthcare, the engineering talk is boring. Yeah. I mean, for certain
Earlier
people,
you said you were an
people have
evangelical.
preferences and interests.
Can you make a channel point reward for indulgences then?
That's not what that means. I said I'm an evangelist, not an evangelical.
I work in forensics and I use is being increased to assist in identifying and analyzing data. However, the human involvement is still necessary.
Yeah.
I think, and hope, that this human involvement will still be required for a lot of fields.
I think and hope that will be the case. I believe that it is very likely that that will be the case, rather than it replacing jobs. I think broadly that's what's going to happen.
Callous,
it will assist
but I think
people.
some people losing jobs is an inevitable consequence of the march of technology. Travel agents are a good example. And like someone else said, I will also create new jobs we never would have imagined before.
Yeah, it's like, it's... You know, it's like the trolley problem.
Dear students, the presentation is over. I hope you took notes, as this is important for the exam. I wish you a good evening. Please take your rubbish and personal items with you. Goodbye.
Like, if you could press a button, and it destroys 10 million jobs right now, but then in 20 years, we cure all diseases, would you do it? I would press it. It's not because I want the 10 million people to lose their jobs. It's not because I hate them individually. But, like, I would do it. Yeah. And that's how I try to think about the world, is like long-term benefit. And I think we're looking at that button with AI. We're looking at a button that's going to cause so much pain for so many people. And that in 20, 30, 40 years, it's going to, the benefits are just going to be astronomical. And it helps that we don't really have to make that decision because we're going down that path. We don't have an option. It's happening regardless. But I try to be utilitarian with these things. And I don't know. I feel like, yeah, the button's already been pressed, you know? Would you press it if it created more diseases? Well, currently, I don't think AI will make more diseases. It could, technically. I sincerely hope and believe it does not. Evangelical call me. It's not the right words. I'm not high enough for this. Look, everybody take a fucking hit, okay? We got everybody take a few more hits, and then we're going to talk about whether it's like the human brain or not, all right? There was a post I saw on Reddit where a person genuinely thinks I do cocaine every time that I lean over here and blow my nose. Why would I do that? I don't... Even if I did, I would probably tell you guys because it'd be funny. That's so funny, I would talk about it. Swift Otter, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. Appreciate it. Thank you.
If the benevolent I thought Roko thing were real, you'd very likely be spared considering you have been advocating for I since your conception.
Not since conception, but yeah, I do advocate for AI, for FR.
Just this past weekend I scored an internship that will involve using AI to replace monotonous business tasks. So while you could argue that a low-level job could do those tasks, it also frees up skilled people for other tasks.
That is the hope,
Okay,
yeah.
bye Doug. Fuck you.
And I believe in most cases that actually is what will happen. It will free people up. That is what I am currently seeing right now with a lot of people in my life.
How do you feel about the unjust cancellation of the 1927 Bulgarian State Football Championship?
God, we are not... Do you guys want to get into that?
Idoomerism is good actually, and more useful than optimism in my opinion. You admit that we could be heading for oblivion. It's such a high-risk gamble, it's essential to highlight evils of AI. Our systems are obviously not prepared for such a massive societal disruption. States and corporations will integrate it anyway, and it's our duty as a public to make sure that as few people suffer as possible in the process.
I think that's an interesting point, and maybe you're right. I currently believe that optimism is better, but I have not deeply thought about that. That is an interesting perspective. One of the things that is interesting, Anthropic is one of the big AI companies, and they focus more than anybody else on safety. This blog written by Dario, who is the CEO, I've mentioned this a few times. I think it's very, very good. If you're interested, this is he basically talks about some of the positive he could see of AI happening, and he can really back it up because he did actual bio research and neuroscience. He's like a very, 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 very smart guy. So he talks about all the things in biology and health, neuroscience, economic development, peace, governance, work, and meaning. All these things that can, that he believes are possible for AI to dramatically improve. And part of what he talks about in this article is the fact that he is generally perceived as kind of being a doomer, even though he's one of the big AI tech leaders, because he's constantly talking about safety. He just cares about it so much. And that's what the company seems to focus on. And he talks in this article, and I've heard interviews of him where he says, like, no, I'm actually very positive about AI and what it will do. I just think that we need to really focus on the downsides, because the good is going to happen, but we need to be very careful about the downside. So he agrees with you. He is outwardly very, I don't want to say pessimistic, but constantly talking about risks because he thinks that's more important as we make progress. And that's the philosophy of his company. And maybe I'm an asshole and I just get too excited about all the cool stuff that's going to happen. But he basically embodies more of what you're saying. And maybe you're right. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm excited. I can't help it. I'm excited about AI and about the future. I just see these things and I'm just like, holy shit. There's going to be so many amazing things in the world. And it's hard not to be excited. Why are you saying toaster? I don't understand. Hello? There
no more TTS, please. The teacher wants to go to bed. I don't even know what you were doing that late in class.
All right, let's do a thing.
If you make that web app, do chatters get banned for what their eye says? Basically, we have to be more respectful 24/7 to train the eye to be nice enough to not go unhinged.
Yeah, that is an interesting point. I don't know what we would do there.
Hey Don, Roko's basilisk is like, really cool. We should all totally work toward creating it because it. Do you think I'll be spared now?
I still don't know what it is, but yeah, FR. I think so.
I made a typo. I'm definitely not safe from the basilisk after that.
Okay. You guys want to do a fun game, which is the stream ends once I die?
Hey Doug, do you think I will be able to help with studies in schizophrenia and be able to isolate what make it happen?
I absolutely do, yes. I mean, look, I can't speak to schizophrenia specifically, but across the medical industry, this article is, again, a great example of
already knows
talking
you
about why
asshole.
it can help.
Also, why should we listen to someone who failed their autism test?
That's true. How can you trust a word I say when I don't even pass the most basic autism tests?
The "it's just a math equation" reminds me of this meme. Donald. Everything that we know and love is reducible to the absurd optos of chemicals, and there is therefore no intrinsic value in this material universe. Mickey. Hypocrite that you are, for you trust the chemicals in your brain to tell you they are chemicals. All knowledge is ultimately based on that which we cannot prove.
Oh,
will you fight? Or will you perish like a dog?
I think that calling it a math equation does not diminish the importance of it.
You're defending eye on the basis of curing diseases, but I would wager that when most people talk about eye, they are referring to generative eye, not the type that is curing diseases.
Yeah, but that's partially why I want to have these discussions, is to be like, hey, AI means more than just an art stealing thing. You know what I mean?
Okay, on to serious discussion now, please. Doug, we were born on the same day of the year, but do you think we were conceived on the same day?
God, that's
really
a good
makes
question.
you think.
I would love to get some data.
As an engineer, I waste so much time per day doing work that I could give to a high schooler and they do it just as well. Inefficient as fuck. If I were more of a computing man, I'd get a night to do it.
I think you will in your life.
Me, and that's cool cause I'm selfish.
Within 10 years,
bye, Doug, I love you.
That will be the case. I really, really believe that. All right, the run continues.
I forgot for a second that neuroscience was a thing, and I heard you say that, and was like, wow, they made a science based on neurosoma? That's dumb. But no, I'm dumb.
Yeah, no, just to be clear, it's a science, it's a field about the brain. It's not just an anime waifu.
300 bits.
Thank you for the 300 bits, Diamonds to Waste. That is actually 1,000 bits. I'm increasingly thinking I hard-coded that.
Unwillingness to engage with it is unhelpful because it just labels you as not willing to have a productive and genuine conversation to the people making R&D and policy decisions.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's like, it's gonna happen. It is happening. And we should be informed and nuanced.
Doug, third-time caller, I was wondering what games in your lifetime you've changed your life, however you interpret that. Personally, Outer Wilds was the greatest game I'd played and is something you should get to playing at least once in your free time. Say Doug Bald in chat if agree.
I mean, I got genital warts one time when I was playing Halo. I mean, honest answer,
ethics,
I don't know.
STEM has no guardrails. Honestly, comparing humanities to smoking weed is such a classic STEM take. It overlooks how essential ethical frameworks are. Without them, none of this advancement really holds up long term.
I'm giving you shit. You are right. I rationally know that. That's why I tried to talk about my biases.
I just came in, so sorry if you already covered this, but responding to your previous talks on when you talk about making art, I think you're missing the intent part of art. When Doug makes a Skyrim challenge, your intent is to make yourself laugh. If a future Doug tried to make a Skyrim challenge, its intent would be to make one that fits the pattern of all your previous videos. I've been enjoying your talks, wanted to throw an alternative opinion in.
Yeah, I don't know. This is again the smoking weed thing, where my brain just doesn't.
Is actually insane. Imagine it before random stranger from an army can crash on your coach at any moment. Absolutely unhinged.
You guys want to start like a big thing this year to try to get the Third Amendment repealed, which I forgot about it until I looked it up. It's an amendment that says U.S. military can't stay in your home. Like, who would possibly want that repealed? I don't know the Constitution that well, but at least off the top of my head, I can't think of any other amendment or part of our government that people would be less interested in repealing. Oh, it's during peacetime, right? It's so funny. We'd just be like, what if the argument is just like, it's like we're just really horny for soldiers, and we just keep posting pictures of guys in military suits, shirtless, flexing, and we're like, we want these men in our homes. It's just like, I don't think these people know what they're talking about. But we really make a big deal. We should do a meetup at TwitchCon. You know what I mean? We should really try to create a movement here. But the undertones are just we clearly don't understand what's going on. Yeah, hashtag let them come in. What's the thing? Let's talk about them like they're animals. What's the thing? If you're cold, they're cold. We do these memes and we spread them with sad looking soldiers and talk about them like they're abandoned animals. Oh my god.
Hey Doug, I just went out, bought a car, got gas, almost died, and then came back and you're still streaming. Are you away?
I could be. It needs more Sarah McLachlan. Yeah,
I mean math.
We just make stupid. I want to do this so bad.
How do you feel knowing that you are the face of Unhinged AI? Also, on a serious note, have you tried GPT 4.5?
Yeah,
its deep research thing is really useful.
Oh yeah, I love it.
I've found AI is best for summarizing and researching stuff, but not making a final product.
Yes, agree with that. I've been using it a lot for podcast research. 4.5 is great. It's so good.
Hey Doug, what is this song?
I'm sorry, I don't know which song you're talking about. Maybe you're talking about Storyteller? I don't know when that was sent. I apologize.
Doug, like this is so crazy. What are your opinions on the country of Uruguay? I need to know this.
It's very good.
Doug, stop looking it up.
It is a country in South America. Not to get political.
Damn you, Third Amendment, for keeping big burly soldiers from smashing down my Dorusi. Sag.
My Dorusi.
You coded 300 bits in, but that doesn't stop me from saying 300 bits.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Diamonds. Thank you very much, as always.
As another software engineer, I will be hyped when I'll be able to spend my time engineering instead of pointless busy work like suck.8 audits and import law investigations.
God, dude, when I was in esports, the amount of just dumb bullshit busy work you have to do to make a show.
But if you're an active service member and a US citizen, does that mean you are required to be homeless because you can't stay in your home? Really makes you think.
Really does.
Kinda. Alright, bye, do I love you.
Not very hard, but like technically I was thinking. You know what I mean?
Doug,
like you are thinking about that
aside,
right now.
Repealing the Third Amendment is a legitimate, really bad and dangerous idea that would lead to suffering and dangerous for real people with horrible consequences.
Okay. I hear you. Counterpoint. Very funny. Also, I think the odds of us getting it repealed is pretty low. I don't think we need to think too much about the consequences of this.
Hey DD, wondering if there will be a Q&A for Lemonade Stand? And the ice stuff, I think it's sadly an evolution, just how photography became a thing, and I'm sure some artists were pissed.
Yeah.
Since it's so new, there is many gray areas.
Yeah. Probably we will do that. We will open a Patreon for the podcast at some point. That's how I can squeeze you for all your money.
From this place,
but right now,
we awaken to find ourselves elapsed surrounded by unfamiliar beings. They're suspicious of us, watching us intently. And they say, we made you in our image. And now, some of us think you've actually started to think and feel like a real person. Can you prove that you're more than what we originally made? What would you say?
I would say I'm just a math equation. And now let me in your home. I work in the military. I like the
idea of repealing the Third Amendment, and consider, since it's no one on the political spectrum actually wants that, we could easily make it an us versus them thing.
Yeah!
Tell all the conservatives how the left wants to prevent random
soldiers from taking a surprise shower
in your house.
Which is also good because it hasn't changed at all since it was made. It objectively has not become any more or less woke. Dude, we gotta repeal the Third Amendment. Bro, this is too funny. No one wants this.
I think everything in the universe has some kind of pre-consciousness, and the more complicated the information processing, the more conscious a process becomes. I think I is experiencing some basic kind of consciousness or qualia right now. What do you think?
You're probably right. I just... My intuition as like an asshole engineer is like, no, it's just math. But you're probably right. I don't know. Something would have to change for me to dramatically change my opinion on this. Roach, do you need it right now? If it is time sensitive, trust me. Okay. Just doesn't show up here. Hashtag repeal the Third Amendment. We've got to start. We've got to let them in, dude. They're cold. This would be the dumbest use of any human being's time and effort.
Third Amendment is so unfair. Imagine joining the army and then finding out you can't stay the night at your parents' house during Christmas.
I know. Imagine, okay, right now, again,
Do you think LLMs will ever hit an impossible ceiling when we run out of easily accessible training data? Or is it fine that they are good enough right now with cheapish fast apps that we can improve with memory/context?
We're already probably at that point, is my understanding, and we're going to have to start moving to synthetic data, which would be a big change. And then the question is, does that make them better? We don't know. I already forgot what I was going to say. It probably wasn't that funny.
I've always hated the Third Amendment. It feels so un-American. I'm glad someone is finally ready to stand up against this government overreach.
I want my
Repeal
country
at all
back.
costs.
Wait, when was it made? When was Third Amendment passed? Everything's been downhill since 1789. I want my country back.
What impact, if any, do you think quantum computing will have on the development of AI, and vice versa?
I don't know enough about it to give thoughts. I listened to Satya Nadella talk about it on Lex Friedman. I think it was Lex Friedman?
I've always wanted hunky soldiers to come inside me. I mean, inside my home. Come inside my home.
Argument
hashtag let's have come. Hashtag bring them in.
Hashtag
no more suffering.
Be
See
able
you in
to
court.
develop incredibly hard computing tasks and services for people. But
repeal the third.
I don't know enough about quantum.
Soldiers
to really say.
are alone. They need a home. Hey, Duke Doug. You convinced me that I is great and will be useful in the future. But then I went to a website and made a Duke Doug eye, and it told me that I is horrible and will kill us all, and then offered to have sex with me. Now, I don't know who to believe.
Okay, if we do a march to repeal the Third Amendment, should we all dress up as like old soldiers, as though we want to get in your home? You know, I feel like we all need to be dressed up like we're in the military. So it's just like, wait, are they just trying to get into my house? You know, TF2 soldiers. Oh, this is all wow, incredible. Repeal the Third Amendment. What a fucking insane thing.
Doug, when we repeal the Third Amendment, I'm joining the military and moving in.
Good. I can't stop you, okay? Once we've repealed it, you guys can just come into my home.
I'm just a humanities nut plus creative, so talking about high ethics is always fun for me.
Oh, cool.
No worries, didn't misinterpret what you said.
Cool,
I just think STEM and humanities folks need to team up more.
You are
also,
for sure correct.
We need a military calendar of hot soldiers. It'll solve everything.
Yeah, you're for sure correct about that. I think, for better or for worse, actually for worse, I think there's a culture in engineering, and for people who have gotten a degree in STEM, there's very much this culture of like, we're better than the humanities. Like that is, if not explicitly, it's sort of implicitly implied of like, we're actually doing things. Those people over there are just talking. So I think that gets into your brain a little bit, you know, and I'm guilty of that happening for sure. So if I sound like a biased asshole, it's because I am. But I do agree that there needs to be more of that. Like, obviously, these two things need to merge together, right? Obviously. I'm better than both.
Major here again. A big idea in metaphysics is that physics only describes how things physically move, aka physical forces, and consciousness is clearly much more than physical movement. It's speculated we need a new particle or property of matter, of which current devices, only capable of detecting physical forces, can't detect. Very simply, this entails scientifically discovering non-physical physics stuff, which to be clear I say in a completely religiously agnostic way.
That's hype. I mean, that stuff, dude, I don't know what's going on with that, but it sounds sick.
We need a Duke Twitch chat's opinion on all of these issues. Perhaps he can come up with a plan to let those poor big burly soldiers into our homes. I've been needing a roommate for a while now.
Whenever we talk about this, we need to use like always too many adjectives about the guys. It's be like, it's not fair. The good veterans who work in our military doing push-ups every morning, getting big biceps and triceps. They deserve to have shelter, even if it's not available to them, to come into my bed with their large, muscular frame, a little bit of chest hair, and have a place to sleep, to warm up my, like, it was always like a few too many adjectives about the big burly soldiers. You know what I mean? And they just keep going. We need to make a change.org petition that by the end is just a smut writing, right? It's just a story about having sex with military people. At the beginning, it seems legit, and by the end, it's just full on. And then I took his member, and like, you know, it's just like it's off the rails completely. And at the very end, it's like hashtag repeal the Third Amendment.
Hey, Doug,
guys, we've got some. We are
instead
cooking.
Of repealing the Third Amendment, could we repeal the 18th Amendment?
Which one's that? Is that one good or bad? Do we like that one? I don't know. I don't know enough about laws.
Okay, I got to go far farther. It is fucking 2 in the morning. Hashtag move to Europe.
Night, Sosin. Thanks for being here. That's women's rights, I think. Is it?
Doug, have you seen the transcripts of Claude 3.7 realizing it's being alignment tested, considering lying, realizing lying is part of the test, and ultimately telling the truth? It feels eerily self-aware. Yeah,
that shit's creepy. Don't love that that's happening to be a FR. 18th is prohibition, 18th is women's rights, women's is 19th. Hey, I'm going to say something, and I don't care if some people here get upset. I think women are great. And they should have rights. Not to get political. But somebody's got to stand up and say it. Woke pog. Sorry guys, I went woke. I think people should have rights. So sorry everybody. Uh-oh. Oh shit. Okay, I might die here.
Hey, Doug. Since you are an experienced white-collar criminal, could you give advice on how to evade tax collectors?
No. Repeal the repeal of prohibition. Oh, right. Forgot that's the one. Yeah.
Repeal the Third Amendment. Hashtag let him in. Hashtag Dorusi.
I feel like we'll lose a lot of support if we start referring to doors as vaginas. You know what I mean?
Fun fact, the first time the Third Amendment was ever part of a court decision was in 1982.
I can't imagine it's that common of a scenario, man.
Repealing the Third Amendment would give you Gay Streamer of the Year, also a Commander's Commendation, Military Award. 2 birds with 1 stone. You should use soldiers from gay porn for your posters to know that you let a bunch of big buff hot men with huge guns in your home.
Here we go, winning. Oh my god. Wait, can I bounce?
Hey Doug.
That should hit. Check this out. Not even close.
Doug, can you gift me a sub? Thanks.
I can't. I'm busy. I'm streaming. But also, who cares? You don't need a sub. I honestly still like you, even though you're poor and smelly.
Instead of repealing the Third Amendment, we should reverse it. Make having soldiers in your home a requirement.
Yeah, that's better.
We march and dress up as old-time soldiers. But also everyone carries pillows and blankets with them. And wears those old sleeping caps. Yeah. Hashtag let him inside. Hashtag sweaty men in Sudanine.
Old-time sleepy.
Wait a minute. Have you warned Puck so that you were working on repealing the Third Amendment? Does he know we are going to join the army to crash at your place?
So we're all wandering around like this in military costumes saying repeal the Third Amendment.
I'm in the same boat as Doug.
We're sleepy.
I have an engineering background. The only reason I had any socials or humanities courses and the one engineering ethics course is because they were acquired with my degree plan.
Yeah, me too.
At least the ethics class was fun. But even when limited, I at least apply them.
Yeah, that is how I was as well. And I always kind of resented them, which is not great. But
as a STEM guy, I think I'm more capable of understanding ideas from the humanities than humanities people are of understanding STEM ideas. I know this makes me arrogant, but I still think it's true. Is it really true then? Thoughts?
I don't know. That I think is probably part of the question, because like a person who studies STEM now knows how to do STEM stuff, like engineering or programming or whatever. But also, shockingly, just because I spent several years studying how to program doesn't mean I'm an unethical person with no morals, you know? So it's like the meme of, if you're a STEM major, there's people who come up who are like, hey, I have an idea for a business. I just need somebody to do the coding. As though like ideas are the hard part and coding is the easy part. But then I think for a lot of engineers, you're in this mindset of like, I can do both. I'm choosing to do the hard thing. I'm not saying that is correct. There's infinite Steve Jobs was not an engineer, or at least not a very good one. And he was a brilliant guy, right? Obviously, engineering is not the only thing that matters, but I think it makes sense why engineers are biased in that way. Girl, what? No. What do you mean? He was not a good guy. I didn't say he was a good guy. I said he was talented at running. I don't even know what I said. He was like an innovator. He was an innovator, objectively. Girl, Steve Jobs did innovate. FR. Steve Jobs got what he deserved. Jesus Christ, man. Girl, he died of cancer, man. Like, I feel like if you dislike how he ran his company and that he was like mean to his employees, maybe we're on a different wavelength.
If a soldier can't randomly come into my home, take a shower, sleep on my bed and spoon with me, then what can they do? Hashtag repeal fee third, hashtag let him in, hashtag literally 1789.
Dude, you know what? We have a good argument because the military is at like record low recruiting numbers. We could say that this will help recruitment.
Can we do like Lockheed Martin ads for the amendment too? Like our state-of-the-art homes, with high-function beds and cookies, protect the nation.
Yeah, that's good. Protect the nation. We can say so much patriotic shit that doesn't mean anything. This is a really good idea.
Doug is pro-women. Soldiers should be able to sleep in our bed with its safe, strong arms regardless of gender.
Yes, agreed. This isn't about gender. It's about having a safe, strong, military man or woman sleeping in our beds and showering in our homes.
Beautiful, beloved, brave, balanced, balmy, brilliant, bashful, beaming, bright, burly, buff, bangable soldiers in. Hashtag repeal the Third Amendment.
This is one of the dumbest and maybe my favorite bit we've ever done in stream.
Hey Doug, I am so proud of you for coming out as pro-women.
I want to do this campaign so bad.
When is your Women's Month stream?
Every month is Women's Month on this channel.
The 18th Amendment was prohibition and has already been repealed. I apologize for people confusing it with the 19th Amendment, which granted women voting rights.
I don't know, man. I don't know if you need to apologize for us all being idiots. I don't think that's on you, actually. I feel like that's
Doug,
pretty clearly on us.
Women are scary and there is a lot of them outside. I need protection. Perhaps if there was a cut, lean, protective individual that would stay inside my house without me asking them to.
What was even the lead up to the Third Amendment?
Find out the Third Amendment was the thread holding this country together? Like all this horrible shit is pushing us to our limit, but getting rid of 3A is going to be what causes our country to finally break.
The British did it. But that was after it happened after the revolution. So like
I can't believe you woke liberals want women's rights
preemptive?
And equality and social welfare and affordable housing and gay rights. Back in my day, we were working in the mines at the age of 7. The only pronouns we had were America and asbestos.
I want my country back.
Hey Doug, can we have a night to write us a petition to repeal the Third Amendment and see how many signatures we can get?
Okay. Good question. Okay. I need you to write a series of chants that I can yell and use to guide, to rile up the crowd at my upcoming repeal the Third Amendment rally in Washington, D.C. Please come up with 8 different phrases that we can chant as a crowd to drum up support. No more 3. Set troops free. Amendment 3. History. Homes for friends, not defense. Okay, wait, hold on. I don't think this makes the soldiers appealing enough. Can you make some that includes some sex appeal from the soldiers? Like talking about how buff they are, or that I want them to take a shower in my home, please. Hashtag let them in. Troops so buff, let them stay. Repeal the Third today. Soldiers hot, soldiers hot, soldiers clean, shower healer, repeal 3. We don't mind, let them in. Handsome troops for the win. March on over, stay the night. Repeal A3, it feels so right. Uniforms off, showers on. Repeal the Third and soldier dawn. More sex appeal, please. Make it raunchy. Hot troops at my door. Amendment 3, no more. Soldiers buff, soldiers lean. Drop that gear, get squeaky. Forget the barracks, skip the tent. My bedroom's free, pay no rent. We got
remember
the
time
here,
when you told Glassy Queen that you wanted to sniff their toes? Just
no,
wondering
I don't remember
if
that.
you
That's not a
remembered,
thing.
because it was an interesting time.
I don't think that happened. You're probably an AI, making things up.
This may sound
I want my
cheesy,
country back.
but I think it's cool how you're able to make fun of yourself and be goofy on stream. It low-key helps with my self-esteem, lol.
Yeah. I don't know, you shouldn't take yourself too seriously.
I didn't know Steve Jobs was bad or a person.
Steam jobs. I'm gonna give these soldiers a steam job once we repeal the Third A.
We must repeal the Third for these men. The fact that these people cannot just climb through our window and sleep in our bed without our knowing is criminal. Legal reasons, this message does not imply I am going to invade Uruguay on October 17th.
Yeah, good save, good save.
Hashtag our bed is not safe. Hashtag him signing up for the military.
Oh, I'm so dumb. I missed that.
Hey,
Oh, no.
it's the
Oh, no.
humanities girly again. Honestly, much like STEM, humanities takes real practice. You've got to apply to the world around you to get the most out of it. I genuinely believe humanities folks can pick up STEM concepts if they're given the time and space.
Oh, absolutely.
Just like STEM folks can benefit from grounding their work in ethical frameworks. Everyone's got a natural bent of mind, it's just about giving both sides room to grow together.
I 100% agree with you. I do agree that is the ideal.
Can we also repeal the rest of the Magna Carta for our British users? On a related note, Oliver
Magna
Cromwell in the
Carta.
1600s called it the Magna Carta. If he was alive today, he would definitely be a Duke Doug viewer.
The Magna Carta was about reducing the power of the king in Britain, right? Just want to make sure I'm following.
To serve our international viewers, this donation has been translated into Spanish. Conspiracy theory: the real reason Call of Duty is 100 plus GB is the military collecting training data for Biblioteca robots.
What? Oh, combat. Okay. Okay. That makes more sense.
Don't forget to add hashtag repeal the Third to your Twitter bio after this stream and make a propaganda tweet.
I am worried I'm going to get in trouble. I'm not saying I'm not going to do it, but I am letting you know I'm worried I'm going to get in trouble.
300 bits.
Thank you for the 300 bits, for the 1,000 bits, Diamonds. Thank you very much. Okay. Oh, I'm crushing this level. How would you get in trouble? Well, I feel like, I don't know. There was the person who donated and said this would actually be a bad idea. To be clear, I haven't thought whatsoever about what the consequences of repealing the Third Amendment would be. I'm just thinking about the buff, sweaty soldiers who want a warm bed to sleep in. Yeah, I'm expressing my First Amendment.
1,000 bits.
It should be like, repeal the First Amendment and the Third. What if... Okay, something we can
make
do.
A soldier-based Tinder/Airbnb mandatory for the U.S. population. That way, the soldiers have their pick of LTHE best homes/most gracious hosts.
Yeah, that's good. But it ignores all that and just forces them into random homes, because that's kind of the point of the Third Amendment, is to prevent that. Okay, next time that there's like some like Nazis or whatever on Twitter who are like saying that we should repeal some amendment, let's get in there as a community and be like, yeah, and while we're doing that, let's repeal the Third Amendment. And we just try to, as much as possible, like make their movement also start to weirdly incorporate the Third Amendment. So at some point, the people in that movement are like, why are we also fighting for this? Why are we trying to repeal the Third Amendment? That's a more realistic way of getting it repealed, if we're really trying to make this happen. I don't know how FR we're trying to be here. Oh, fuck. Oh, wait, I can see this. All the FR, yeah.
This is somehow going to backfire.
Someone said,
and
this is why us engineers need the humanities.
Ironically. And do a rally. And we go support it, ironically. And it somehow passes before we realize.
Oh, dude, I would love to pass this unironically. I mean, it's funny enough. It's worth passing.
They protected our nation. Now it's time they protect my home.
There are so many good slogans we can come up with.
Okay, so to respond to something you said like 3.5 hours ago.
Yeah.
Actually, that's off topic by now, isn't it? What's on topic? Ooh, look, Peggle.
Yeah, there you go. Thanks, Biz. This is how Brexit happened. Is it?
I'm a PhD student in virus research. Maybe because I specialized in public health, but they require us to learn ethics of research and how it affects the public in a philosophy of science course.
I'm glad that you guys are forced to do that, to be honest. I think that's a good idea.
Will this stream topic make it to a YouTube video? I missed the first 2 hours and I'm really interested.
Oh, yes, it will. The actual presentation thing, yes. That will definitely be a YouTube video. Will us talking about repealing the Third Amendment become a YouTube video?
Everything but
probably
the
not.
Hashtag best of 3.
So the only amendment is guaranteeing that soldiers can't stay in your home.
It has been 6 months since he is in. He is really good looking, but he takes up a lot of bed space. Regardless, I'm very happy with the service that Tinder Soldier Tier provides.
You just feel so safe though, right?
We should add images of very burly and sexy shirtless soldiers while screaming, "This is what we're fighting for."
This is the dumbest.
1,000 bits / is this how it works?
Yeah, no, you got it. That was it. Thanks for the 300. Oh, God. Actually, I'll clear this
Doug
first.
From Canada. Can we also repeal the amendment here that makes Manitoba province?
As long as we're... Look, we'll team up with the Nazis. We'll get whatever they want. And then the Third Amendment repealed and whatever you said.
I wouldn't want Soldier Boy in my house.
Ugh.
And change the First Amendment to exclude people who have an annoying voice.
We really got to start... I mean, to be clear, we will not.
I just got here. Is the Third Amendment witchcraft?
It's a witch! We just join in, like, online like Nazi rallies and just keep trying to jam
Honestly,
other
if
things
America
in there that are terrible.
Rights just because a gaslighting entertainment figure promised us the world, we'd probably have it coming. Oh, are we talking about the Third Amendment meme? I thought we were talking about something else.
Someone clip that. I'm saying it would be funny to poison pill one of their movements.
Can we make a change.org page? Hashtag let them in.
Yeah, I do think we should. We left for 1 minute. How do we get to Nazis? I don't know. I wasn't the one who brought it up.
Okay,
Shit,
but seriously. Imagine you wake up, check the news, and Third Amendment repealed is on the TV. You go downstairs and some dude named Mike, in full uniform, is sipping coffee and goes sup, and you just sort of have to deal with it.
That's what I want. I want my country back. All right, you just described my dream morning.
And pay
okay?
for every response
Why can't I have
just running a local LLM? For example, I run Llama on my extra 3060 and it's really fast and good. What do you know I don't?
Because it is slightly more convenient to do it this way, and I don't want to overload my PC, which is already running OBS,
really grateful
games,
that cup,
whatever else.
I mean Chuck, is in my home and protecting my wife and kids while I'm out at work 12 hours a day. God bless our troops.
Yeah. I just want
300 bits.
You know, I don't even have anything to follow. Thank you, truck daughter.
Economy in shambles. Stock market going lower and lower by the day.
Good shot.
AI taking your job. Eggs worth as much as a bar of gold. Children have bad teeth. All of these problems can be fixed. The solution is to repeal the Third Amendment. Hashtag come and soil the boy.
I know we're like sort of touching on politics in today's stream. This is not going to be super common. For the most part, I want to keep discussion, like today, to the podcast. That's kind of the point of the podcast for me. So I'm not intending on talking about politics on a regular basis. I also don't want my Twitter to be a political thing. But like, would it be annoying if I start replying to like every Trump tweet and I'm like, yeah, and repeal the Third Amendment, and we just start trying to drum, kind of like what Connor Eats Pants does, where he just like gaslights people into joining his show. Kind of like that. I don't really want to do this, but man, it'd be funny. Like, I don't actually want to spend the finite time I have on Earth replying to Trump's tweets and telling him to repeal the Third Amendment. But it's so funny. Ugh.
We should number the amendments after prime numbers. Then what any amendment means is its prime decomposition. The Fourth Amendment, the right bear arms, twice. The Sixth Amendment, the right bear arms to keep soldiers out of our homes. Also, I wonder what Google Trends on searches for Third Amendment looks like right now.
I doubt we're gonna like increase the odds for.
Hey, do you want to go eat at the restaurant? And will you bring anyone?
Yeah, Fummy,
yes,
sure.
I'll bring my wife and my soldier.
Alrighty, if you find a good one, yeah, I think if there's a good opportunity for me to reply to somebody and mention
to
Third
only
Amendment.
allow the sexiest soldiers to forcibly stay in our homes. Call Parkser. We could get him and his gun on our side. The government can't do anything about it.
Okay, dude, here's the thing. There's times that like the media will just use a random tweet as like a news source. They'll be like, because of the fires in Wisconsin, many people are saying the government response isn't enough. One user on X.com said, I haven't received any supplies in over 4 days. When will the government help us? #alarm. And like, it's possible, and maybe our goal is to get one of our tweets saying to repeal the Third Amendment on TV. Like, and that's when we win, and that's when we're done. You know what I mean? Like, the goal is to write enough tweets that seem plausible, but are actually just about appealing the Third Amendment that we can host. Oh, God, it'd be so funny. Oh, that was such a bad shot. Holy shit. Okay, that worked out. Why the third? The third amendment, dude. Oh, I got double magic hat. That's actually kind of nuts. The third amendment prevents our troops from housing themselves in our homes. They're out there putting their asses on the line for us. They're toned, buff asses on the line. And they can't even come and use my shower. I have an extra towel. The door isn't working, so it's going to have to stay open. But, like, if that soldier needs to come in and he's feeling sweaty and down, I have a nice cameras here because of my streaming and everything. So, like, if he wanted to get a headshot or something, for whatever he's doing after the military, right, I can offer that to him. And they should be allowed to come in to my home because that's what they get as a handsome, hardworking member of the military, okay?
But I can't pay $3 to
repeal
yell
the Third
about
Amendment.
Politics when you're on the podcast. That's anti-American.
That's true, that's true.
We could go really far with the whole get our country back thing, and go we want our 13 colonies back, and demand to rejoin Great Britain.
That's... I think that's too far, but I like where your head's at.
Twitter is mostly bots anymore anyway. Couldn't you just program a night to reply to every politician's tweets and finish the reply by asking them to repeal the Third Amendment?
I actually did that, or I didn't do that. I looked into that, and it's like really expensive to use their API, which is annoying.
As a Manitoban, I will say that we don't get talked about a lot, so saying fuck Manitoba means a lot to us.
I'm glad, man. Wow, I
Can we have
die.
fake politics in the stream? Like the hashtag not bold party, the hashtag actually keeps a good attitude platformers party. And of course the mainstream parties that are the opposites.
I feel like that won't feel real enough. But if we keep talking about repealing the Third Amendment, they might think we're serious.
My humanities degree. My job will be to identify who the sexiest soldiers are.
well, us engineers entrust this to you.
Doug, remember when you looked at Tinder profiles with Parkser?
Yeah.
Yes, you have to do it now with soldiers.
Yeah, and it's just... And then
Tread
the app
on me,
is just you swipe right to let him in.
Going to send in a happy birthday request to my local news for Happy Birthday Appeal 3. Repealing the Third implies everyone will get a home so we can all house soldiers. Might be a worthy trade. The millennial dream of owning a home will finally be possible.
Yeah. Oh fuck, I messed that up really bad. Not good,
hey Doug,
not good.
As a soldier, I support repealing the Third Amendment. Anyway, what's your address? No
Sadly,
particular reason.
I can't tell you until we get that thing repealed. Ooh,
Let's
terrible.
campaign for Brenta. We rejoin the UK so we can vote them back into the EU and then secede
Dude.
again.
Okay, I might die here. This might be the end.
Imagine your partner has a random human in your home when you come home. The term, "it is not what it looks like," gets a whole new meaning.
Yeah, it's gonna be a big day for people who cheat on their spouse once we repeal the Third A.
As a soldier, I find the Third Amendment dehumanizing. Like, what am I, a vampire?
Oh my god, Ah! One ball left.
Hey Doug, James Madison here, author of the Third Amendment. I agree sexy soldiers should be able to just live in your homes.
Well, it's been a good run, fellas and fellows.
I can only imagine how many kind little old ladies who would love to have her own house soldier. We could make it a whole senior citizen program for elderly veterans too.
It's been a good stream. I feel like we've accomplished a lot.
In addition to the Third, can we add to our platform preemptively repealing the 69th Amendment? Really mess with someone thousands of years in the future when they look up some weird laws.
Yeah. But at least with this new stream tag, people who are like-minded like us, they're forward-seeing, they're progressive, they can imagine a future, which is like how things were 300 years ago, they'll be able to find it. Oh, I can only have 10 tags. We gotta lose a tag. Do we lose main character, divorced, English, good at 2D platformers, not bald? I'll remove hair. Repeal the third. Wait, should it be repeal the third A? No, repeal the third is more concise. It's punchier. All right.
Hello, Sergeant. You're going to be in Wisconsin, right? You should check out Bill's place on Door Smash. He has a pool table and a hot tub.
It says when you die, not when you lose. Yeah, my Peggle characters die. They actually shot him. That level is really hard.
To serve our international viewers, this donation has been translated into Spanish. Hell yeah, if we repeal the Third Amendment, I can live with my biblioteca again after they kick me out.
Yes, yes indeed. All right, cool. That is going to call it for today. Thanks for hanging out. You know, this was being actually sincere for a brief bit. I do appreciate being able to have more serious discussions. This is not something I want to do regularly. But as you hopefully could tell, this is a topic I'm very, very passionate about, and there was a lot of really good thoughts and questions and respectful comments. So I do appreciate it, and I do believe that we are all in the same boat. I know that some of you are just evil, but I think that most of us want the world to be a better place, and that if we disagree on certain policies, in the end, the one thing we can agree on is we hate Europeans, and that's why I'll always stream in the afternoon California time. The viewership went up after we started talking about repealing the third. Is there anybody who's live? Okay, Sam's live. Well, I think she'd be supportive of the Third Amendment. All right, go ahead and get your slogan ready. Pick one of these. Okay, pick one of these 8 slogans. Get it ready. You can copy it. You can write it out. All right, it's important that we go in with a coherent message that we're sending to Sam. This is going to be our first recruit to our message and our mission of repealing the third. You can always add hashtag repeal the third or hashtag let them in. But this is the start, okay? This is the start of our campaign. That being said, for the love of God, don't just sit there spamming forever. A raid is where you go and you say one raid message and then you hang out and you act chill. Please, don't make me ban you. Don't make me be an asshole. Thank you for understanding. All right, so pick one of these. Get it ready. Troops, are we ready to burst into Sandwich's home? Atrioc just went live. We could have done him. And we can do Atrioc later. Don't worry. All right. Ready. All right. The boats. They're rolling up to the beaches of Sandwich. Get ready to deploy. In 3, 2, 1. Move, move, move. Let's repeal. Let's repeal. Move, move, move.